Let's go, baby. Flash is coming up at the top of the staircase. There's an easy kill for Hyper in a second and a third. Dark Zero in full control. A triple for Grixer, and there's the quad. United.
Great teamwork. Sonics take the lead again. Disrupt the best of the best.
His teammate's gone, and what's this? He's got a Nitro Cell as well.
TSM!
Tempo Storm absolutely storms through this matchup. Oxygen takes the series.
Space Station Gaming are your world champions!
Welcome to Phase 2, Play Day 5 of the Rainbow Six Siege US Division. Today, OXG versus TSM, then Disrupt versus Tempo. Really excited about the rematch between OXG and TSM and cannot wait to see how things play out between Disrupt and Tempo. I'm Jackie Jing. I am with our analysts, Veli and Jesse. Gentlemen, how are you feeling on this Wednesday? I'm loving the shirt, Veli. Very stylish.
Thank you. I went in my closet, brought out this thing, but I'm really excited for today because most importantly, we have the most important matchup for Tempo Storm and Disrupt Gaming to see who will be in the qualifier spot for NA. So let's go.
Definitely am for it. Jesse, you looking fine as well, sir. How you feeling today?
Thank you, Jackie. You look amazing as always. I think that this is going to be a good play day. We're here in the final play day for Phase 2, right? So it feels like just yesterday we were doing the draft show. Now we're already here finishing off, finding our final standings for Stage 1. This is going to be a really exciting day.
Yeah, time flies by, y'all. But before we get into it, really quickly, we have a quick word from our sponsors. Take a listen. All right, everybody, who is ready for some action? We got today's schedule up. Like we told you at the top of the show, OXG versus TSM, then Disrupt versus Tempo Storm. And Veli, really quickly, can you just recap us on Monday, get everybody caught up here?
Monday was absolutely insane. We saw a matchup between the world champ Space Station Gaming. They beat Oxygen. It was a pretty amazing matchup. And then after that, we finally saw it. NJR versus Iconic, the rookies that are on top went head-to-head. Sonics pulled away with the 2-0 win. So now we're here. We're shooting for that last qualifier spot, and also to see how Group A is going to entirely pan out. Excuse me.
Yeah, no, lots of exciting stuff on Monday. Really excited to see how Wednesday plays out today. But really quickly, we want to check in with our casters, Kixon and Taro. OXG versus TSM, gentlemen. How are we feeling about it? How are we feeling about it, Taro? How are we feeling about it, Kix?
I think it's going to be an exciting one. I mean, people have been surprised so far, myself included, with Oxygen's performance this season. I think they've looked really good, the sharpest that they've looked so far. They beat TSM in the original match, but here's the rematch. OXG beat SSG in the original match and then lost the follow-up. Are they going to suffer the same fate at the hands of TSM? That's the question we need answered.
Yeah, and it was a much closer match, Oxygen versus TSM. That one, if you recall, went to the third map on Theme Park. And in the first matchup, Oxygen versus SSG, that was a 2-0 for Oxygen. So a slight edge, I'd say, for TSM in recent history, and it's worth keeping that in mind.
All right, gentlemen. Well, thank you so much. We're going to allow you to prep for the matchup, bring it back to our analysts, and let's get to the bracket, y'all. Jesse, take it away. Talk to us about format, where we're at right now.
Right, so as mentioned, this is the final playday for Phase 2 and the final playday for Stage 1. We've already got 4 out of our 8 teams' final rankings locked in. SSG will be first for Stage 1, Dark Zero will be 4th, Sonics will be 5th, and E United will be 8th. We gotta figure out those 2 middle spots, 2nd and 3rd, and then 5th and 6th. Oxygen TSM, we're gonna be here playing for that 2nd, 3rd spot. Doesn't really matter for the major because they're both going anyways, but still be important for seeding for the next stage. And then our second game of the day, Disrupt versus Tempo Storm, they're gonna be playing for that qualifier. That's a really important game, as Veli already touched on. So we should have a really good day today.
Jesse, I mean, you said it a little while ago. I mean, time flies by. The Division Daedra show seems like it was yesterday. And look where we're at now. But, all right. I know everyone at home, they are excited for this matchup. So let's start talking about the first one here. And I'm going to start with TSM. Veli, TSM has had a shaky season, but this is a focused, disciplined team. And they definitely learned from their mistakes, in my opinion. They beat DZ in their rematch. Will they beat OXG in today's rematch?
I feel like it's totally possible. You look at TSM and nobody is wrong if you look at this roster and say this looks like an all-star type roster with their individual players. The thing is that makes this team click is that they play so well as a unit. That has been something they failed upon doing because their most explosive player, in my opinion, who's Merc, he started off really bad this season, but you know what? We all saw it last series. Merc came on board with an ace, and he's now back. So now that this team is firing off on all cylinders, this is going to be an entirely different matchup than we saw earlier between these two teams.
Yeah, and Jesse, I actually wanted to talk to you about this. We just heard Veli talking about Merc. We always talk about the star players on this team, and just full disclosure, real talk, some of the star players have struggled. Merc is back, though. We've seen a lot of the other players showing up really strong. Do you think that TSM is back to their original lethal form, or maybe even bigger and badder and better? I don't know. What do you think?
I think the TSM have a lot of strengths. I think one big thing I've seen from them is they play really well with that man advantage. When they can get the opening pick, they have a 79% win rate of the rounds. That's really high, well above the average. So they do really well in that regard. But some of the times when they don't get that opening pick, it is because of the guy we've been talking about, Merc. And again, earlier on in the season, he was not having a good time in those entry statistics. He had more entry deaths, more opening deaths than any other player in the whole season. He's got 31 so far, 21 opening kills, which is also pretty good. But as you can see, the last time they played against Oxygen, he was not doing too great in that department. He went 2-9 in that best of 3, and there have been other games like that as well. Now, he's been better. These last couple of games, he's been a lot sharper. He had that ace, of course, on Coastline. We should all remember that one. So he's looking better into form, but that's really only been a short sample size where we've seen him spike up. He needs to not fall back to where he was at the start of the season, because if he does, again, that win rate falls off drastically for TSM.
You know what I noticed? Ever since they fixed his picture and took away the Photoshop one, he's been back. He's been better. So that's
Maybe.
it. They jinxed him with the Photoshop.
You're right. New photo, new Merc, moving
New photo,
ahead.
new me.
Yes, exactly. At least we hope so. But really quickly, let's take a look at our opponent, or their opponent rather, OXG. This is really cool. This is a house tour. Really excited to see this clip. Please take a listen.
Oh, hey, welcome. Come inside. Welcome to the OXG team house. I'm Fox, this is Lax, and we'll be taking you guys on our tour inside our house. This is our main practice and strategy area. We got all our PCs set up in this area. We got our coach PC set up by the couches, and where you guys will see us on stream. You guys will see us playing our matches. Kind of just make it feel like home, really.
It's where the magic happens. It's where the wins happen.
Kitchen and living area. Typically, when we were just kind of hanging out, we watch TV here. Right now, we're watching the Pro League that's going on. You got Hope, you got Bert. Now let me take you outside.
All right, well, this is where the outside, this is where the pool's at. For the most part, on any hot day or after a long, stressful day, we'll come out, chill by the pool, just kind of, cool off a little bit. We also got the grill here. Sometimes we just have a boys' night in the back, make some steaks, just cook up, and then have a good time together. Also, this is a pretty unique feature of the house where we can actually go all the way to Slash's house from outside. We can actually just walk over there, and you guys see this beautiful view of our backyard. This is Slash's nice outside room. It's got its own AC. He's got it pimped out with some nice lights, his TV. He's got his own setup in here. I mean, what more could you really ask for? He's got the fridge too. His own private little, I guess, getaway from the rest of us.
It's needed because these guys are
Yeah, me so. I like having my own space. How's it good?
Pretty hard.
Yeah, the bed's not very good. I don't like the bed.
Do you play the guitar?
Yeah.
Strum something right now for
Show
the.
something?
Show me a little something. That was pretty high.
Yeah. Best part about this room though, you know, I can leave whenever I want. These guys never know. You know?
No, we know.
Alright, later guys.
Stop.
Thank you.
And don't come back.
Now we're gonna take you inside, show you Bert's room. This is our laundry area. It's kind of where, you know, we all stay clean. That's important too for gamers, because some of you at events smell. Now, coming in here, this is Bert's room. None of us, between me, Bio, Fox, and the coaches have like setups in our own room, so Slash and Bert get that factor of being able to game and not be inside the gaming area. We can now move to upstairs and show you the better rooms of the house, in my opinion, because I have the master bedroom.
How do you organize responsibilities in the house?
It's kind of left up individually to everyone to just kind of be an adult and take care of your own rooms and your own organization. Going into the first room, which is my room, the master bedroom. This is definitely where the magic happens. So this room has been used by 2 other previous teammates. I'd never had the master bedroom because I wasn't living here where I currently am now. Now going into the bathroom, this is definitely where more of the magic happens. I'm from Minnesota, so my parents sent me a towel that says Twins on it, so I can capture that and always kind of make it feel like home. This is also important for gamers, is a setup, you know. I'm huge on trying to smell good. Smelling good, I think, is one of the best compliments you can get from somebody. Got my 2 chain, my nice watch hanging over here. Since, you know, we are in quarantine, I still like to work out. Then I got a nice shower. I can look at myself in the mirror from all angles and really capture every pose that I can possibly make while naked. But this is the closet. I got everything tidy and knowing where everything is. Yeah, that's tour of my room.
Yeah, so we come down this hallway, we can get to see the last 3 bedrooms. We got, most importantly, I think probably the nicest looking room just because of the ceiling is Bao's room. Hope's room is this way, but they're literally the same room, so if you see Bao's, you'll see the other one. So NASA space experience. I guess someone before we moved in was just a big fan of space. They got the NASA poster, they got the stars on the ceiling, you know, especially when you're going to sleep, looking up at those, I bet you feel really relaxed, Bao.
It's actually really like calming.
I think the only downside to this room is that you'd have to share it with Hope's because the bathroom is actually like a Jack and Jill bathroom.
Jack and Jill, they're treating it like Adam and Eve.
I mean, besides that, it's actually a pretty nice room. Now that we're done here, we can go see the final room, which is mine, which I personally think is the best one because I have the balcony for myself. I got my bathroom, nothing too special. It's just, you know, simple bathroom. And then here's my little box room. I got a nice view in the morning. I got the balcony. I always got the sun waking up. I feel like a cat sometimes. I got the sun just beaming on me while I'm asleep. It's the only like noticeable thing in my room is probably my like shoe collection. Anyone who follows me know that like I like a lot of fashion, so I just have a lot of nice things in my closet.
All right, take it easy.
Thanks for coming by.
Aw, that was a fun inside look at OXG's house. I mean, that was pretty nice. Am I wrong, boys?
Nah.
Belly, Jesse?
That's a good house. I want to live there.
Really? That's all your input from it? I mean, yeah, it's pretty baller.
It's a mansion. Of course it was nice.
I mean, it was really, really nice. Okay, we digress though, folks. Let's talk about OXG in this matchup. Jesse, I'm gonna start with you. Let's talk about where OXG is at. They're coming off a tough loss to SSG. TSM is definitely gunning for them extra hard after losing to OXG earlier this season. I feel like they cannot play like they did on Monday, or this will be another defeat for them. Am I wrong?
Definitely, you're not wrong. I think Oxygen Esports, they finally suffered their first defeat. They're the last team that was undefeated, and now they're not. So they get a loss against Space Station, and mentally, I think it shook them up a little bit, especially in that first map. You look back to like round 15 on Coastline, they really just like stalled out, and when things got really tense, really tough down to the wire, it didn't seem like they were playing like themselves. And so I want to see that go totally away. They need to go back to their previous form. Oxygen Esports, we've seen them play really well this season. We know that they're capable of it. So it's really going to be about getting back to that and shaping up against TSM like we saw them do the first time around.
And Veli, Jesse, myself, you, we chatted about this a lot on Monday. Bio in particular, he played apprehensively, and he has to play with no fear today, or I believe OXG could lose this rematch. Do you agree with that?
When you're going against a full-fledged team like TSM where everybody's playing well, you know what?
Yeah.
My man Bio, he had a bad game. It happens. You know what? Even Splashhug didn't have such a great game. But at the end of the day, they've shown a ton of consistency. They've given us a reason to never doubt them. And taking a look at Bio, Splashhug, and the roles that they play, I think they're going to be all right. Now, one thing has to be said. The fact that they were so close in that matchup against Space Station Gaming, when realistically they never had control of any of the rounds that they won. It was all off of huge individual clutches and plays. I think that OXG, they're going to be all right as long as Bio keeps his head in the game along with Splashhug and they pull out.
Yeah, and I think Bio adds a lot to this team, even like outside of the game, right? When you look at like the comms and stuff. I know Laxing had a great tweet after their most recent game where he said, you know, a lot of this was just me. I stay on the roof when I need to, and then when Bio makes the call, I listen to him and I do it. So like you can tell that leadership is really there, and it's coming in big from Biologics, and it's helping his teammates like Laxing, who had a really good game last matchup against Space Station. It helps them perform, so that's really important. And if he keeps on with that, even if the stats go even or a little bit negative, I don't think it's a problem for the team. As long as he's empowering the rest of his players to perform the way that they can, they're going to be okay.
I meant to say out, by the way.
Sorry,
but also, one last thing I just want to point out. That was OXG's bad day, and they still had a close game. Think about that. That was on a bad day, okay, Jackie?
Exactly. I mean, Bio, without question, is an extremely talented player. I think, Veli, like you said, if he keeps his head in the game, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Right.
But let's get to predictions, gentlemen. And Jesse, I'm going to start with you. Man, I don't know. Who you thinking? OXG, TSM?
Listen, the last time we had a rematch was on Monday, and I gave my philosophy then. I'm going to give it again. There is something to be said about the curse. The rematch curse, typically the team that lost first comes back to win it the second time. When we know results, we've seen these teams match up against each other, and while it was a close game, Oxygen has won it once. They've been a good team all season. I expect them to win it again.
All right, and I guess Veli's mic is having some issues, so we won't know what he's going to predict. Maybe we'll find out later. Or maybe... Can we hear you now? My mic is bad. OXG. There you go, everybody. There are your predictions. So everybody at home, please make sure you follow us on our Twitter account, on our Instagram account, and coming up, you don't want to miss this. I mean, look at this show. It's just absolutely ridiculous. We have our community poll coming up. We have Kixon and Taro, and of course, OXG versus TSM. We'll be right back.
We're not going to waste any time because we've got an exciting matchup between two Goliaths here in North America, Oxygen Esports versus TSM. They've already battled once, so this one's the rubber match, I guess you could call it. I'm Intero, I'm joined by Kickstar and Michael. Set the expectation for this matchup.
So we're looking at the deciding match for second place and third place for this stage. That, of course, is going to change where you are in the qualifier, or well, not in the qualifier. Both these teams have already qualified, but where you are going into the major relative to your other North American teams. So this is a big deal for who you're going to match up against later down the line. But apart from that, it's just who's second, who's third, and I think a little bit of prize pool as well as just a little bit of prize pool, but I don't think any difference in actual global standings points because both first, second, and third all get the same, I believe.
So essentially, bragging rights, a little bit more money, and a better spot in the major. For Oxygen, it will be an opportunity for them to rehabilitate their egos a little bit after they were crushed on Monday's show. And for TSM, it's a chance to supplant yourself or supplant Oxygen and find yourself in the top two, because for so long, at least over the last 7-8 months, North America has been defined mostly by Space Station and TSM. DZ fallen off a little bit. They're down in fourth. They're going to be fighting through that qualifier, but Oxygen are on an upswing. I think that's safe to say. They faced the wrath and the fury of Space Station just a couple days ago. They've had about 24 hours to prepare for this matchup, so there's an awful lot of weight on their shoulders, and it should be a good one. Now, before we get into the match, let's pose a question to the people, Michael. How many 1vx's are there going to be? Which team is going to win the 1vx matchup? Are there going to be more 1vx's, more clutches from TSM, or is it going to go in favor of Oxygen? Down below my portrait, if you don't want to look at my face, that's okay. There's a box that you can read that shows you our socials link. R6 Esports NA on Twitter is where you want to go to cast your vote. And every single time there's a matchup, that's where the question is going to be asked. Once again, which team is going to have the most 1vx's, TSM or OXG?
So far through this season, Oxygen has had 7 1vx's, or clutches if you want to call them that, and TSM has had 8. So Oxygen 7, TSM 8. So they're really neck and neck, all things considered. The leading player for TSM is Chala with 4, and Biologic on Oxygen with 3. So a little bit of frame of reference for casting your vote. I think it'll mostly come down to chance and what actually ends up happening in the game. It's going to be really hard to predict, but let's bring up the maps. Let's go ahead and find out where we're going to be playing. This is going to change a lot of how this match will actually pan out.
Yep, so if you go back to the last 2 times these teams matched up against each other, it was Clubhouse into Oregon into Theme Park, and it was a 7-3 for Oxygen on Theme Park, and it's unsurprising that the very first ban by TSM is that map. They obviously don't want to go there again. You don't want to have to worry about the flanking and the stealth style gameplay that we see at OXG from time to time. Coastline being banned out by Oxygen, I don't think they want to go back to that map after what happened against SSG just a couple days ago. That means that Consulate is going to be the very first map that we go to, with Cafe up next. So these teams with Clubhouse, Oregon, and Theme Park, now Consulate, now Cafe, means that we'll have seen them do battle on 5 of the 7 maps. Are we going to see a 6th map? There goes Clubhouse, banned out. So we've only got 2 remaining. Where are we going to go? Oregon removed. We're going to go to Villa. So if we make it to Villa, these teams will have played on 6 separate maps just this season.
All right. Well, I mean, that's impressive diversity there from the map pools for both squads. Let's talk a little bit about what we got. For Consulate, it's mixed results for Oxygen. They played it twice through the season. They've won it the one time against SSG, and they lost it against Disrupt. So that's what Oxygen's got going for them on Consulate. Obviously, TSM seeing a weakness there, losing to Disrupt on Consulate. TSM thinks they can seize on that. That's why we're going there. For Cafe on Oxygen's side, they've played it one time. They've won it one time. This was also against Disrupt in the same exact match that I just referenced. For Villa, mixed results again for Oxygen. Played it twice, won it once, lost it against Space Station on the rematch that we talked about in the lead-in. And once again, the Disrupt match comes back. They beat Disrupt on Cafe. So that's Oxygen's history for all 3 of these maps through this map veto phase.
I don't really like TSM's record on these maps, if I'm being honest with you, Michael. 8-7 over the Sonics on Consulate. Haven't played Cafe this season. 8-7 over Tempo Storm on Villa, and then a 7-8 loss to DZ. That is not good. These are not good maps necessarily for TSM in regards to their performance so far this season. Now, I say that because you're a lunatic if you think that Villa is a poor map for TSM. And Consulate also proved to be quite a strong map for them as well. So maybe they just had unfavorable matchups. Maybe they were caught still trying to work Chala into the way that they play, and by, maybe swapping up roles, putting Geo on more hard breach, and that obviously has changed around the way that they're going to play on these maps. I don't know. But if you just look at this season, and this season alone, after they made the roster move picking up Chala, these 3 maps, 2 of them have been played, 1 of them haven't, and their record isn't that strong. Is that a worrying or troubling sign for TSM?
I don't know if it's worrying or troubling. I mean, we got to consider the competition that TSM has been having through the season. I'd say that, yeah, TSM has looked a little shaky. I mean, there's been some moments, some big upsets against them, like that 2-0 DZ got in phase 1 of this stage. And you're going to have also the first match, Oxygen TSM. The 2-1 that I think a lot of people expected TSM to take. But I also think that there's plenty of shakiness on Oxygen's side as well. I mean, I want to throw back to the rematch we had with SSG because it was very recent. And I think fresh in a lot of people's minds still. I think that people were critiquing the way that SSG played and the way that Oxygen played. There was a little bit of fire on both sides. There were a lot of mistakes being made across the board. And one thing that really stood out to me is that Oxygen was not as stable in that match as they were in every other match we had seen them play through the season. So while the results from TSM have been mixed and Oxygen alike, I think that there's really no easy way to predict this one. Going into it, I don't have a solid prediction. That's it.
I don't even know where to start. I will say that the closeness of these matches from OXG in regards to time, the fact that they just played under 48 hours ago and now they're at it again, obviously probably doesn't benefit them. I mean, if you look at the way that the map bans played out, it was Coastline, Villa, and Cafe. Cafe wasn't required because it didn't go to a third map. Villa was decently close, but Villa's going to be your tiebreaker. When it comes to Cafe, Oxygen haven't played it since the very first map of this season. They played it against Disrupt. Consulate, well, it's been a while, and it was when they played SSG ages ago. So the good news is that the map bans are actually quite favorable to Oxygen. So as much as I'm sort of up in the air with this one, and I know you are as well, when you look at these maps, Oxygen haven't played on these maps in a very long time, weeks. And they're not going to be repeating any of the maps that, other than Villa, which is the last map that we're going to have, if we need a third one, they haven't played any of these recently. So Oxygen actually gets out pretty lucky from the map ban phase. And I think a lot of that as well was that TSM showed a reluctance to go back to the maps that they had played on previously, and I think Oxygen was fine with that because it brings out this diversity, and this circles back to the point that I made earlier, which is that if we end up seeing Villa for map 3 today, then these two teams will have played on 6 of the 7 maps in the map pool in just 2 series, and that's pretty crazy to think of because that level of diversity doesn't often happen.
The one thing to me that stands out from the way that we saw these teams in general, not the ban phase or anything like that, just kind of general talk about Oxygen and TSM, is that they're both not necessarily momentum-based teams, but emotional teams, to be sure. We've seen TSM start down a roller coaster towards losing a match, and we've seen Oxygen do the same exact thing. They can go have ups and downs, and wherever they are on that roller coaster, it's always very extreme. Going into this match, I really think that the team that's going to win will be the one that's able to keep its calm through the series. That's the beauty of the best of 3 too. It will really test both of these teams to the max. And we're going to go ahead and get into map number 1. Oxygen will be starting on defense, TSM on attack. Thus, Oxygen will be banning first. It's on Consulate.
Ash. Alrighty then.
Wow.
That's an exciting one because that is also an operator that happens to be in the arsenal of OXG. That'll likely be Vertical playing another operator. I would imagine probably IQ, maybe Yana. We'll see. Maybe even a Nomad. Who knows how this plays out. Joining Ash in jail is Capitão. These are in operator jail. They're going to serve out their sentence for an entire map, and then they'll be free again, and we'll see what happens. Wamai is gone as well. He's a very staple operator in the current meta. He's excellent at being able to stop those gadgets, and he also hard counters Capitão, so that's an interesting one. Last ban coming up, and it's a Valkyrie. She is probably one of the most common bans on Consulate, if not the most common ban, because of where she can toss them outside, where she can use them indoors. Additionally, with her off the board and Echo in play, unless there's a gentleman's agreement like we'd seen from the matchup on Monday, if Echo doesn't get played, then IQ becomes a much less necessary operator. And I wouldn't be surprised to see her not get ran if Echo doesn't end up seeing any play.
Okay, I want to talk about this really quickly because obviously Oxygen are looking at the same stats that I'm looking at right now. Now, the Ash ban, a lot of people are going to call that into question. Let me just go ahead and put those questions to bed real quick. Ash is the third most played operator for TSM on attack. She is played 78% of the time when she is available. And she has the highest win percentage in that top 5 at 57% win percentage. So she is a very potent operator for TSM. Getting that out of the arsenal of TSM, I think very smart for Oxygen. If you take a look, you flip the script, you look at Oxygen's lineup, they don't have any operator that they play nearly as much on the attacking side. The most played operator on Oxygen is Zofia at 68%. And a reminder, that's 78% play rate for Ash on TSM side. That's not even their most played operator. Sledge is at a whopping 96% when available. Sledge is almost always there, but he's got a lower win percentage. So that's a very targeted ban there from Oxygen. I think that's really clever. Just get rid of a lethal tool that TSM has been known to use, and the stats back it up.
All right, well, my theory that there might be a gentleman's agreement regarding Echo, by the way, is blown out of the water very early on. Round 1, actually, in fact, as Bio is going to be playing these anchor roles. Maestro is available, Mira is available, Echo is available. Bio has played Maestro exceptionally well in the SSG series, even though he wasn't as impactful, I think, as he'd wanted to be. He actually got called out by Canadian in the exit interview, saying that the old Bio had returned after he'd lit a fire under his behind with his tweet.
Yeah, that
earlier
was spicy
in the first matchup. So with that said, look for IQ to pop up on TSM's side of things, but no, there's nothing yet. The Goyo of Vertical is going to peak, but this is great coverage from Merc above, and there's first blood on this matchup. It comes at the hands of Merc, who's not going to be on the Ash. He's going to be playing Zofia. I don't know if that will necessitate any changes on operators for TSM. Bolo is usually the one playing the Zof, if I remember correctly, through most of the season, so he's going to be on more support heavy with Thatcher being available.
Thus far, that pick on the player top spiral and the wall getting opened up, it's looking like a really solid attack from TSM. They're getting all their ducks in a row, so to speak, and it's working really well. Foxay is still in bathroom, and he is the one X factor for Oxygen. If he can make something happen here, then they're definitely looking a lot more comfortable in this round. But his exact position has been droned out. His intentions are known, and he will be opened up on from the wall. It's going to be Thermite to place his second exothermic charge on the bathroom wall. That'll force Foxay to reposition. Very dangerous stuff for him. He could easily be finished off. We'll see if he makes it back to the site. I can't quite tell because we've lost track of him. Looks like he has. All right. So he managed to get through the drop down, and he'll be playing some holes under the bathroom door to try and punish any attackers who attempt to push his now lost position.
It was a bit of a missed opportunity by Merc, not as quick to the draw as he'd hoped. So the Zofia allows the mute to be able to get away. If there's a Nitro cell in hand from Foxay, it could find its target onto Achieved, but for the moment, the mute doesn't intend to really get into any form of altercation, as it's a stay-the-course defense. Trailing by 1, Oxygen now prep themselves for the push from TSM that's going to come out as we are in the closing moments of a round. Soft destruction work will go against Foxay as he loses most of his HP, but he'll survive and just soldier on. It's a utility dump towards the front of the garage opening. This is a cheeky angle from Foxay. He'll catch one on the Thermite, have to reload, shotgun out, but he he won't win the fight. They'll trade back and forth. He wins on Nabolo, but it's a 2v2, and Merc will need to plant that diffuser with only a second left. Achieved seems to go and intend to go for frags. He'll get one on a biologic. SMG out, waiting to see if Laxing can be coaxed out of his spot inside of security. Diffuser down. TSM right now in excellent position, as Laxing will need to find the two members of his opponent's team. He's prone inside of security. No intel on Achieved, and just narrowly missing out on a shot. Achieved gets away with 1 HP. This is a tense moment. Laxing running out of time. Doesn't know where their positioning is. With the garage open, this is extremely advantageous for the attackers. The pressure's onto yellow stairs, absorbs an awful lot of damage. TSM can't throw this round in any real way. Another missed opportunity from Laxing, as it looks to be a disconnect from Slash, but that'll be it for the round. There was only 7 seconds left. TSM will take it off of a tense post-plant.
All right, looks like Slash had the sound bug, so he'll come on back as soon as he can, but we'll probably have a rehost there. Now, I was actually primed and ready to say how impressed I was with Oxygen's perseverance, and Foxay in particular with his aggression. That was some really cool stuff. You'll love to see the way that Oxygen played that, but it actually didn't work out for them in the end. TSM managed it, and it's all thanks to Achieve's heroics. Not only does he do the very important job of opening up in piano and forcing the anchors to push further back into the site, but he takes it a step further when he defends his planter and allows for that diffuser to go down. With so little time on the clock, Achieved really salvaged that round, and massive props to him for that.
He'd pinned down the defenders that were playing inside of the cafeteria bomb site, and he just needed to stay the course and hold that position. But because of where he was, he could watch double doors, bottom of spiral. He could watch the rotate out of office. He could watch a push that came in through that particular location in cafeteria, and he could hold down anybody that was trying to go through the rotate that's positioned by the white van. It's a strong spot to be in. And Achieved had led the way. I think he was originally posted up, was it, on yellow stairs before barging on in. Foxay very nearly saves that round, because even though he dies on that garage panel, he actually got the kill on Nabolo. So after the thermite gets dropped and Geo is no longer able to get the defuse off, well, Bolo's tagged in and he kills Foxay, but it's a perfect trade because the shotgun levels Bolo seconds or microseconds, nanoseconds, whatever you want to call it, right after Bolo had shot him. So Foxay goes from not only killing 30 seconds upstairs, then dropping through that hatch, but then getting close to the garage and doing an extensive amount of damage to the thermite, killing them, getting the diffuser dropped, needing somebody on TSM to pick it up, and very nearly wins the round. I mean, there's 3 seconds left when Merc picked it up. That's a pretty tense spot to be in, and I'd imagine your comms would be absolute chaos at that point.
Yeah, it probably was really, as you said, chaos. I was trying to think of a better word. The raucous. That was the word I was looking for. It was probably a raucous. It was a weird round overall. I think this kind of pause right after is not going to be great for Oxygen. You don't like to let the loss linger too much. Usually teams like to get right back into the action and pick up some wins of their own. And it's, considering how close that came, I really hope for Oxygen's sake they're just putting everything on hold, hitting that pause button, and just letting the aggression linger, because they're going to need it. More of what Foxay brought out in that last round. He could have just played safe, right? He could have played by White Van, deep inside of the kitchen maybe, and we might have seen more success from him, but it's unlikely given his operator selection. SAS operators, of course, they bring the shotgun, the SMG-11 combo commonly, and that is much more advantageous to use at a close range. So the play from Foxay there was really smart, and you got to commend Foxay for that play. Now, for a limited time, you can support the Rainbow Six Esports pros and their pro teams with 30% of the net revenue split being equally amongst all of the teams in Phase 3, and you can look pretty sweet doing it.
Yeah, they're great uniforms, actually. I really like the SAS ones quite a lot. I mean, I am obviously partial to them because I think they have some of the nicest looking uniforms in the entire game. But anyway, I think it's good overall. That said, let's get back into the game, because you don't care about our opinions on uniforms, do you? No, you don't. You don't care what we think about uniforms. What matters is your opinion on uniforms, and those are some nice looking uniforms. So, buy them. There you go. Anyway, we're in round number 2 now. First round obviously went to TSM. then there was an inconvenient sound bug slash or splash needed to restart. So OXG is going to waste no time going right back to the same bomb site. Now, Michael, you talked about your theory here. You think it's going to carry forward given the lineup that we see from OXG and how it differs ever so slightly from the previous round.
We'll see those differences here, I imagine. I'm surprised that Oxygen are not going to be changing up their sites. This is curious. I would have expected them to try and go to top floor, middle floor, tellers, anything right after a result like that, but not so. I talked about this briefly in the past. Usually when you repeat a site like this, it's because you think that you made some small mistake that can be corrected easily. We'll see if Oxygen's right about that.
It's kind of amazing, actually, how little of a factor the Echo was previously, and I wonder if the Yokais were just positioned in bad spots. Maybe an EMP took care of them, maybe they got droned out, I don't know. Bio is going to be on much more of a fragging role, and it appears that his job will be to help the roam upstairs. For those with short memories, if you'll recall, Vertical as Goyo challenged aggressively into main lobby from the top of spiral stairs on that first floor. He got punished by it as it was a clear on the top floor of Merc that ended up seeing him. That was basically a free and opening pick as you're going to get Bart running into the bomb site and just, you know, taking care of business. So that was an unideal spot to find himself in, especially given the fact that, well, Vertical had access to an ACOG on that TCSG, just as the Echo did at the time, but also a Nitro Cell. This is anti-plant gadgetry put to good use, because while it's hard to plant if you're getting blown to smithereens by a C4, I'm curious if there's going to be more of a cautious play here. Ideal scenario is probably to waste as much time as possible, and that appears to be Biologic's spot.
Well, a significant amount of time wasted already. Nothing too substantial. TSM can recover from this. They do need to be a little bit more go with their clear of the middle floor specifically. I like the extended roam from Oxygen. I think this is the right call. Given how much work TSM managed to do the last time they were here, definitely want to get rid of those roamers before doing anything else. And Oxygen's going to force that. Now, it's aware. I think it's made aware to TSM pretty obvious at this point that those roamers exist. So they're focusing a little bit more on controlling top floor and opening up the breach. Now, what this means is that TSM is unlikely to be able to open up piano later in the round, which is going to afford a lot of freedom to the anchors.
Merc is waiting to see if Bio is going to try to peek this, but if Merc swings slowly, he might actually get the better of the Vigil. I think Bio's sights are aimed towards yellow, or Zulu as it's called. I don't know if he's holding that close an angle. Yes, they are. I mean, he could easily adjust. For now, Merc will have to do some duties towards the bomb site, though. Foxay's been dropped and finished off by Achieved. A good 1-2 punch through that wall that was opened up in the hatch that had been Foxay's salvation last time will bear no fruit. So TSM going back to good work up top, but here's a question mark. What's going to happen with Laxing? He's ever elusive. A kill for Biologic before he's punished by Merc, and now the Zofia will reposition, and there you go. Laxing comes to life. He swings out and takes down Achieved. Another at the top of yellow, and oh, Laxing the fadeaway shot. This will stop TSM in their tracks as Bolo inhales a ton of gas. Vertical's been downed, but that should be it for Bolo, leaving Geo in a 1v3. He finishes off Slash, but only 1 second left. Won't be able to get the kills, and Laxing. He ends up being the story of that round as he was on Monday against Space Station. Oxygen equalizes.
Very close there. Laxing could have died to his final opponent, but it seemed like TSM was just not aware of who they needed to kill. Nice try there, I suppose, to Geo, but in the end, Laxing, as you said, Parker, the real hero for the round, being able to lock down not only 2 players by the yellow staircase, but prevent the piano soft destruction. That's the most important thing. Oxygen was looking very comfortable in the site, despite how close that came. Laxing critiquing himself, it seems. I don't know if that's appropriate given how well he played in that round. But always room for improvement. We'll go to the middle floor for the next bomb site. It'll be a Mira interestingly, on this site. That'll be likely to help the defense inside of Piano.
I mean, if you're going to see a Mira, this is usually the bomb site that we see her brought, and it's because of the play inside a bathroom. You can also put a second Mira upstairs if you so choose. That's usually where they tend to go. It depends on how they want to play it. Sometimes they'll even position a Mira on that first floor, or rather the garage, the bottom floor. So it really depends on the setup, like I said. But Bio's used both of his Mira windows, so he's got the soft mirror window playing into antechamber and the other that's going to look into piano. Okay, so I know exactly what he's going to do here. Did they reinforce the hatch, though? That's the question I want to know. No, it's soft. Okay, that's an interesting thing. So without reinforcing that, if you don't play aggressively downstairs and the attackers can take hold of that part of the map, then you're in trouble, especially if there's a Buck present, if there's a Zof present, I mean, anybody with a frag grenade. It's a tough spot to be in. That could be bad for Bio, as he'll lose control of that hold on piano and also lose the mirror window.
So far, the top floor presence has been the priority for Oxygen. That's made quite clear by their positioning. TSM has not applied as much focus to the top floor as I would expect, which is surprising. Generally, on a middle floor defense, or lobby defense, whatever you want to call it, the attackers apply an extensive amount of focus to that top floor, as it, is what you need to clear out before you can hit the site. Foxay will land a nice C4 onto Bolo from the balcony window. Foxay's well aware of that, where that C4 is going to go. That must have been a lined up one. And he's probably using it in unison with some kind of camera, maybe a yokai drone in the site. Vertical's getting very aggressive. He'll run out on Chala and die. Interesting choice there from Vertical, and the man count is equalized.
I mean, I guess go for it, right? Maybe stall for some time. You're a doc. If you hit the ground, you just get yourself right back up, but it's a risky gamble. Does not pay off at all for Oxygen. Doesn't pay off for Vertical. And I mean, you just kind of squandered the lead you had from taking out Bolo. And yeah, Bolo's going to be that flex pick. We mentioned that the Ash ban on TSM would obviously change up the way that they played certain operators. I'm kind of surprised, but I mean, Twitch is still pretty decent, and she's a good pick if there's a Mira on the board. Bolo didn't get to do anything with the operator. That's fine. A bit of a stall at the main doorway, but it's a joint push. Oh, and Achieved loses the fight to Bio. So next up is none other than the Hibana of Geo, now repositioned to try and take the fight with Merc watching. And Merc, unable to do his job properly other than taking Foxay down, he still lets Geo die. TSM's going to win the round off of an absolute slaughter, and, well, the Zof and the Nomad just barge into the bomb site amidst the chaos and take perfect advantage of that confusion. They'll regain the lead here, 2-1.
The main thing there is that TSM lost, or rather gained control of the top floor. Oxygen lost control of the top floor. And I gotta say, it's rooted in Vertical's vault out. After Vertical vaulted out that window and died, I mean, well, that's big. He's dead, right? But that means much more than that. It also means that TSM gets control of CEO. It means that Chala is going to be on that drop down, which will prevent the clutch relaxing later in the round. It means that there's no way to deny the push-in from TSM from above to assist your anchors using the holes that Oxygen made in the prep phase. It's really unfortunate when you see stuff like that. You can kind of tell by the way that Oxygen is playing, by their positioning. I think it's really obvious at this point. There was a discussion on Oxygen's side. They must have said something along the lines of, okay, just go wild, guys. Just go wild. Just do crazy stuff. See if it works. And Oxygen has been doing a lot of crazy things so far through this map. It's worked sometimes. It's not other times. I think you call it a feast or famine style of play, Parker. And it's very interesting to watch. I would have liked to have seen Vertical stay alive on the top floor there. I think it would have made all the difference. Chala would not have been allowed to repel into CEO, and thus Oxygen would have retained control of the top floor, making the denial of the push into the site much easier.
All right. Well, Teller's Archives now on the eastern portion of the bomb site. What were you saying? Did you say something?
Nothing.
What? Tell me.
I'm just teasing you.
What did you say, Michael?
I said, all right, well.
All right, well. always have the last laugh.
Okay, Parker.
This is the newest bomb site that was added to this map when Consulate used to only have the 3 sites, and instead, well, you needed a 4th given the parameters changing, requiring a 3-site rotation, and if there's only 3 bomb sites, that makes it a little bit difficult because, well, they know exactly where you're going to go. So add a 4th bomb site. Teller's Archives was hard to defend at the beginning because of the way that it plays out and the fact that you have to essentially patrol the stairwells, but teams have gotten a pretty good hang of it, and this pick rate of this site has surged. Pretty conventional entry for the attackers is to take control of admin above, try and get some picks, or at least move towards that main floor, get a pick or 2, and then transition towards a defuse with the defenders playing down below. For the defense, it usually requires a whole whack of C4, and 3 C4s from OXG is par for the course.
Good information being gathered here by Foxay using his heartbeat detector. He'll likely spot many of the players' top spiral. Bolo in particular has got to be getting called out right now. It's going to be relayed to Vertical, who will, for his sake, hopefully not die as he tries to peek top spiral like last time. But we'll see. Obviously, he's trying to play his namesake, and like I said, it didn't work out very well for him the last time he attempted it. Shifting a little bit here to TSM's clear in admin office. It's been very successful thus far. Lots of pressure onto the A-bomb site, but there's nobody actually there, obviously. As many of you know, the way that you defend this bomb site is from below. C4s galore. You've got the Pulse, who is essential in your kit as a defensive team here. He's going to call out if anyone's attempting to plant. And you've got just a bunch of C4s lined up to deny, 3 in this case, and 1 impact just in case to gain line of sight. So as long as that heartbeat detector's up, you'll always have the info you need, and you'll always be able to deny the plant.
There's a C4 tossed down the chute, and the first kill is going to come from Vertical as Oxygen looks to start things off. Don't be deceived, we are almost done this round, and there's some action as you see a peek with the SMG-11 in hand on Spiral Stairs from Vertical. Doesn't do anything, but Oxygen's going to dominate the kill feed right now as they find 3 kills, forcing Achieve to plant. There's a C4 from Foxay down below, but he's going to get shot instead by a bit of an unorthodox shotgun play on the Pulse. No UMP required. 5 seconds left, and Chala is in a hopeless situation. Flawless round for Oxygen. Back to 2-2.
Beautiful play there from Oxygen, but more just some slow attacking from TSM. They took control of admin office quite quickly, actually. Following that, though, not much happened. TSM looked a little lost, I gotta say. Their first plant attempt came with, what, 15, 20 seconds left on the round? That's really cutting it close there, especially considering you know what to expect going into a Teller's attack. You know there's going to be C4 from below. You know that there's going to be a Pulse underneath you. You've got to bring some counter for that. Now, credit to Oxygen for going to Teller's, because TSM might not have predicted that, and they might not have brought the right kit for it. Operator-wise, that might be incorrect. TSM might have wanted something different. But that's beside the point. When you know what the site is, when you figured it out, you need to play accordingly. And honestly, I was surprised by TSM and how they didn't seem to really know how they wanted to attack that. That's it. They looked a little lost. I do like that TSM was trying everything they could in the moment. For example, they were opening up above with that sledge. Achieved was really going wild on the floor. And while it didn't net any kills, he was trying something to desperately counter the play that Oxygen was bringing. But given that it was a full defense of the bottom floor, nothing came of it.
5 seconds to go.
So we're back to a lobby defense. Oxygen struggled here on TSM's brutality, if you want to call it that, as they had Merc holding down the main door and then the clear upstairs, and then Chala swung on in. They got a lucky, and I want to say lucky first pick on Bolo, because usually Bolo isn't in a position to get picked quite so early on. You noted that it was a lined up C4, and it was beautifully timed and beautifully played. It allowed Bolo, who was on Twitch at the time, to effectively do nothing, given that there was a Mira played. You'll see that Mira is absent on the left side of your screen. So with that said, Oxygen have decided to make some pretty significant changes. And they've got 3 big beefy boys in Echo, Maestro, and Doc try and anchor things down.
So far, just a little bit of delay work here from Oxygen. I say a little bit. Maybe I should say a lot of it. I mean, we're looking at a minute already shaved off the clock. TSM wants to attack Piano. You could tell by their positioning. Chala's going to be tasked with denying defender presence inside a CEO. As long as Chala can do that, TSM can safely rappel into the A-bomb site without having to worry about vertical pressure. It's unlikely that Oxygen will have anyone with C4 underneath, and in this case we can see that there is not anyone underneath who can deny. And you could see TSM also trying to get a nade kill in the site to make it easier to smooth the journey in through those windows to A. Thus far, unsuccessful in that endeavor. And really just a little bit of a stall out. A double run out here from Oxygen, and it will net one. Vertical takes down Geo. If you're wondering what happened there, Foxay ran out, hit the air jab, and allowed for his teammate to run out right after to get that kill.
That's really critical, too, because he managed to pick off the lone hard breacher in play, which is the Thermite. So Geo will sit on the bench, and the entry for TSM is going to be even more challenging now. Vertical's liking his risks. He's going to take another, and he sees one and lights up Bolo. A beautiful shot from Vertical. That's a long-range engagement. Chala a counterpunch, but for TSM, they still lag behind. They've got 45 seconds. Somebody will need to grab hold of that diffuser and begin to get the plant down, as it was dropped when Geo met an earlier death. The one thing that TSM has not done is take control of that second floor the way they want to. Chala is just close enough to get into an engagement with Foxay, but instead the Nomad has to go and grab the diffuser, so this is obviously a different stretch than we had seen previously. TSM have lost the plot to a certain extent, so they swing into the A-bomb site. Nobody's going to meet them. Are their yokai drones up? Because it's Chala against the world as Vertical and Biologic find the two members of TSM. Biologic is punished, and Foxay gets taken out by Laxing. This is winnable, but if Chala doesn't look to his right, he's as good as dead. It's a reflexive fire, but a 4K from Vertical will win round 5 for Oxygen, and the very first team to win back-to-back rounds is OXG. They'll take the very first lead of this game as well.
Chala got a 3K in that round, almost a 4K, but that other kill was a TK. And Oxygen once more won a round with just a single player alive. His name, Laxing. Well played to Oxygen in that round. In particular, Vertical. You said he was liking his risks, and absolutely right. Vertical kept going for the danger.
Lycan's the coach of SSG.
Oh my god. Oh. You said it. Defenders, protect your bomb. Do I have to call you on these things? I don't even know anymore. What was I talking about?
You were talking about Lycan.
Vertical liked his risks, his chances when taking those risks, and it worked out well for him. He has been taking a lot of gambles through this map already. It's been about, I'd say 60-40 favoring Vertical thus far. It certainly did net the win on that last round. And yeah, you know, the thing that I like the most about Oxygen's overall playstyle is they're just, they're not getting scared at all. They're taking every gamble that they think to take. It's like Oxygen's playing with their first thought rather than their second, and I appreciate that. I think it gives a level of certainty to Oxygen's overall playstyle. Kind of comes across as them being more true to themselves, and I think that it's giving them a little bit more comfort in this match. I imagine this has to do with the conversation that must have been had after that SSG match when Oxygen certainly did not play like themselves.
No, that was one of the weakest performances that we've seen out of that team in a while. I mean, obviously props need to go for how well SSG played, but there were a couple players on that team who had really rough outings, and I don't think we need to point fingers, but we know with how competitive the top of NA League is right now, doesn't matter if it's the Canada division or the US division, you can't afford to have two players, especially in crucial roles, have a day off because you will get beaten. That is it. So you need an absolute team effort here right now. And I mean, you can look and see that the only player on OXG that's having some struggles is Slash, but he hasn't really been required for most of these rounds. So it's okay that he's 0-0-3 at the moment because Oxygen isn't struggling without him. Things can obviously change if there's clutch opportunities and Slash is choking them, etc., or if he's dying early. Obviously, that's cause for concern. But I like what I see out of Oxygen. They've been very patient on a map like this where you can get real crazy and real unpredictable on Consulate. They're not really being that crazy. They have vertical jumping out of windows, sure, but other than that, it's a pretty rock solid defense where they're taking chances that they know they can win, but that's about it.
Foxay will get achieved with the leadoff C4. That's big stuff. He's playing in piano. That might have been called out from Biologic. That's going to be a player inside of CEO. Chala does refrag, though. Down goes Foxay. Laxing responds down in sight, but there's Bolo to get Laxing as well. Actually, not down in sight, on the yellow stairs. Speaking of aggression from Biologic, he attempts to push up yellow and get Bolo, but he won't be able to get that fight. Bolo skates away. Known to be by pipes, the stuns will come out to help the push down yellow, but TSM does not follow up. That's questionable. Utility lost. Good mark there, and down goes Biologic, though there's good coverage. Now it's all on Bolo in the 1v2 as the last flurry of kills will out. Bolo plants in a very safe corner. This is extremely clever. He'll be covered by the box. If he can plant and get out safely, he'll be able to win this round. He does take down vertical. Gas will do a little bit of damage, but Bolo's made it to the post plant. He should be able to just wait this out. He's got the camera. He has the info. His team will be calling this very easy for Bolo to just play the corner and win the round. If Slash lands his shot, though, it'll be huge. Here comes the white peak. Slash has already taken a little bit of damage. Bolo's playing this so smart, so safe. One little bullet's all it's going to take. Slash tries for the fake out to bait the push, and it works, but Bolo's just better. TSM will take a huge clutch.
I don't think people realize how impossible that situation is for Slash. There's no winning it. There's almost no winning it. That first engagement where they both lost a little bit of HP, that's basically make or break. How much damage was done to Slash? He was put on to basically 10 HP at that point. He first swings, he misses, that's it. You're not going to get many opportunities, and Bolo's got enough bullets where he can just pre-fire you, and he knows that the only position you can safely defuse or disable the diffuser from is the corner Slash was in. So simple to just pre-fire away at that, even with or without a drone. You don't need any intel whatsoever. It's a very common spot. I really liked what Bolo did there. There's a reason why he was such a coveted talent as he was essentially growing up, and people were waiting to see him play in Pro League, and he did a masterful job. He pivots and kills Laxing inside a cafeteria. He realizes that he doesn't need to get into an engagement. He soldiers right through that smoke. He gets to the second panel that's closed up, and he just waits. And he waits so patiently. And I mean, Slash played it, I think, well as he could in the circumstances he was in. But you're at such a big disadvantage that you've got the entire bomb site and the setup actively working against you. The rest of the round was very interesting because TSM, obviously, they entered from the main floor. A lot of engagements happened over by the spiral stairs. Chala, in particular, looked primed and ready to get his second pick onto the Vigil. It was Bolo who ended up getting it. I think it was a 3K from Bolo in that round when all things were said and done. But TSM were able to storm on in, and then I think they really struggled because they hadn't figured out the spots of all of the OXG players. Period. They did not know what OXG's setup was. They paid for it when they tried to transition towards the bomb site. They got caught in a couple engagements. Lucky for them, they were close enough where they could punch back. But if it wasn't for Bolo, that should probably have been an Oxygen round if we're being entirely honest, but Bolo played it perfectly at the end.
The most masterful part of that round for me from Bolo was something that might seem a little subtle for most people. It's the plant position that Bolo utilized. Instead of planting front white or side white as many players would, he planted... Oh, that's a lot of damage that Chala's going to take right off the cuff. Likely a nade from... Yeah, a nade from Foxay will do just that through the window below, maybe, and into the floor of Chala. Well done to Fox, but it's no kill. Anyway, the plant position. That's what I was trying to say. I think Bolo picked the perfect spot for that situation. He'll lose a lot of HP in this round, though, as he gets put down to about 30. Did I just... Is that the default cam? Was it... Did they leave the front door default cam up? Did Oxygen fail to shoot the front door default cam? I need to know. I need to know if that's still going.
He needs to know.
It's still going. The default cam is still up. Gio will run out thanks to the default cam giving him info, and he'll get 2 easy kills. That's comedy right there, ladies and gentlemen.
just in case you play ranked, know that your silver teammates also leave up the default cam.
Make sure you shoot it. Be a good team player.
Anyway, that information was entirely because of the default cam being up from Geometrics, and that is going to be a massive blunder, and one that I'm sure Oxygen will be seeing and thinking to themselves, what the hell are we doing?
Yeah.
I can just imagine Hopes and Redeemer just sitting there shaking their head, just not like this.
I hope I didn't miss-see it, but yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's
It
default
did look
cam.
like it. No,
Yeah.
I mean, unless we're both blind.
Yeah, maybe. But I'm pretty certain, and the run out really confirms it.
Ooh.
Bolo will take down Bio as well. So now it's just laxing in vertical in a 2v5. Now, luckily, low HP on some of these defenders. This is winnable. And down goes Bolo, so that makes it much more so.
This is more winnable, but I don't see it. You have to try to get to the lobby, and where are you going to go? You're very safely on spiral stairs. I don't know how Laxing has gotten here, and nobody seems to understand his position. Vertical onto Achieved will make it even more likely that they're able to pull something off. The bigger impediment here is just simply going to be the time, and that is the major issue. 10 seconds left. You've still got the one default cam up. Missed opportunity from Chala, but he corrects it the second time around, and then Geo. He had 2 kills earlier. He gets a third. Laxing and Geo, former teammates. TSM takes their very first defensive round, and they will regain the lead as they're up 4-3.
Man, I really wish we could ask TSM right now if the default cam was up in that round, because like I'm like certain it was. Look at that run out. Runs more on your screen. And that run out right there is just information facilitated by default cam. Why do you think Valkyrie is banned so often on this map? It's because she facilitates runouts like that one. And without Valkyrie, with the default cam shot, they're not going to happen. You just don't have the information you need as a defender to confidently go for that play. You can go for it without info, but you'll often die to someone in a position you are not expecting. For example, vertical, vaulting out the CEO windows as Doc earlier in this match. When you have that info, though, oh my gosh, is it easier to play on this map as a defender. Oh boy, it's something special. It's a treat. And usually having that camera will win you a round. You have to get really creative. Like, I have a camera that I always love to throw on this map that lands on the really tall palm tree to the left side of the main gate near the default cam. And usually no one will shoot that. And if I land that camera, and I'll win that round 90% of the time. Why? Because I know what I'm dealing with from the outside. The attackers have no freedom of positioning, and I can play aggressively. That's what we saw from TSM there. And I really hope my eyes were deceiving me, and for Oxygen's sake, but I doubt it.
It's a pretty glaring mistake to make if we're being totally honest. Like, there are times where we call things mistakes or blunders, etc. And I mean, I think it's kind of there are levels to it, and a lot of them are open to interpretation as to how big of a mistake it is. At this level, sometimes the tiniest of mistakes can make a huge difference.
Yeah.
That thing is like a super-sized mistake.
Yeah.
That's like the extra large beverage and French fries combo of mistakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big one.
You haven't eaten all day. You really want to fill up. And you're now full. So, you know, it's the sort of mistake that really, I think, puts people in a position where it's like, if you're making more, then you're very unlikely to carry forward in this match in a positive way. I hope they recover. I hope Oxygen recovers from that. I hope they shot the default cam.
I mean, they probably knew it was up at some point towards the end. Maybe they don't. Maybe they're still going through this game and they don't realize it just yet, or we don't really know, but... Anyway, this is a Garage Cafeteria defense as we turn our sights towards round 8, the second defense now for TSM. They'll be down below, and they're playing somewhat similarly to what we'd seen out of Oxygen, but in terms of presence, that's the mute inside a bathroom. This is a very common spot to hold. You've got tons of reinforcements up. Protect yourself. You've likely got a mute jammer. It's hard for you to get droned out. You're going to eat up a bunch of utility before things get underway. Problem is Bolo's already been discovered, and Oxygen just decides to hell with it. We'll take charge. All that setup you have, yoink, it's ours. Down are achieved in Bolo. So TSM will trail Oxygen with the excellent entry, but a counter punch from Merc will land as he's on the roam down inside of Archives, and he punishes vertical on spiral stairs. Merc will go back now to Spiral Stairs, the scene of the crime, to see if somebody else will challenge him, and also hold the angle at the bottom of Visa. That's a powerful position to be in as long as you've got your sights lined up with where the attackers are going to come from. You just have to choose the right stairwell.
Fox A is going to open up quite a lot above. It looks like the server... No, not the server, just Oxygen. All of the Oxygen players are moonwalking, and everybody on TSM is fine. So it'll be a disconnect there for Oxygen, and we're going to see what the admins are going to call there. Something going on with their house internet. As you guys saw on the lead-in, they all live in the same place. They're all using the same internet. So I must assume that is the culprit. Obviously, we'll get further information once it's available. But yeah, we'll wait for an admin call. It's unlikely that anything could be done for Oxygen's favor, though, in that round, given how deep into the round we were. And yeah, we'll see what comes of it.
That's a tough decision for the admins to make because, you know, if you were watching that, you know that it was a opening pick by Oxygen, immediately becomes a second opening pick. Then Merc ends up getting a refrag, but still the advantage is OXG's. It's perfectly possible they would have been able to ride that out, either trade down numbers or have somebody on flank watch, especially with the Nomad in play. That makes flank watch a little bit easier on a map like Consulate, and have somebody watching over as you go to get that diffuser down. I would have said at that current point, with how much time was left on the clock, there's what, 50 seconds left? Probably safe to say that OXG was the favorite to win that round, which would have tied us back up at 4-4. Instead, admins have to decide if that's a redo or if the round goes to TSM. Misfortune for Oxygen regardless. We're not admins, so we don't get to make that decision. But we'll wait to see what's going on with their internet, computer, maybe they lost power, etc. And we'll wait to see when they do come back online.
Yeah, it's a real crying shame there. I mean, the one silver lining to all this is at least both of these teams have already qualified for the major, right? This is, again, as stated in the lead-in, this is for standing, whether you take second or third in North America for this stage. And it's for bragging rights as well, as Parker mentioned. So, you know, at least there's that, but at the same time, it would be really unfortunate for Oxygen to have to forfeit that round. That I agree with you. I think that it's safe to say they were in the driver's seat for that one, especially as they were starting to open up from above with their sledge, and then have to go to, what would it be, a 5-3 at that point for TSM if it ends up being their round. Again, we don't know exactly what the call is going to be. We are just going to wait for that information from the admins. But no matter what, a difficult situation for us to be found in. I hope that everything works out to everyone's satisfaction. But as I'm sure all of you know, that never happens. So, I mean, it doesn't. I mean, there's always going to be some person in a corner going, well, actually...
According to the rulebook, that should have been a TSM round. Acts of God are not covered under the rules. Admins, please award the round to TSM.
So we don't know what's going to happen, but
it's my impression.
That could happen. You know, it could be a TSM round. It could also be...
I can hear them breathing through their mouth right now.
I tried to do
actually...
You should do a mouth breather cosplay, Parker. You really nailed the voice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I will not cast in that voice. as production's
now
production's encouraging it. I guess I could do it. But,
I was about to say people are gonna want it now.
They're not getting it. It's We're just waiting on the admin's decision. It does appear from the view that we have that Oxygen are back online. They are connected to the mainframe. So we'll wait to see how long it's going to take them to get on in. Obviously, there is usually a delay when booting up PCs. You know, SSDs make it so fast. You play this game, do you have an SSD? Buy one. Go get an SSD.
Yeah.
Also worth noting to get those new content creators or the new Pro League skins, because for a limited time you can support the Rainbow Six esports teams with 30% of the net revenue split equally among all Phase 3 teams, and you look pretty sweet doing it.
Yeah, don't forget to check them out Definitely, I'd say a solid set of skins, and you're supporting the teams. So what better way to spend your money on Siege
There's
skins?
no better way to spend your money, period. None. No better way.
On Siege skins, yeah.
If you're not skinnergizing, then what's the point?
Yeah, skin to win, don't you know, Parker? And of course these are the same skins that, you know, can be used obviously in the NAL, so that's really nice. For those of you who don't know, there's very restrictive rules on skin usage inside of competitive Siege, and these are the ones that can be run inside of the competition. But there's still a little bit of deliberation that needs to be made on the ruling for that round, so we're going to go to a brief break while we give the admins some time to ponder.
Thank you so much for your enduring patience. We are still in the middle of map number 1 in our very first matchup of the day, which is Oxygen versus TSM. And we do have an admin ruling for you as we'll get things underway. The match is ready and we're going to be in just a second. You saw all of Oxygen disconnect. Well, unfortunately, the admins have ruled that they lose the round. Which, I mean, is kind of like you kind of got to make that call. So it's like, I understand it. I understand that. That gives TSM the edge. All of the opportunities to close out the round that Oxygen started off with after getting those 2 picks squandered. Regardless, TSM is essentially gifted a round due to the power going out at the OXG house.
Yeah, if you take a zoom out and you look at that, certainly you can make an argument for Oxygen could have won that round. They were looking pretty solid there, but there's really no other ruling that the admins can make. I mean, 1 minute left in the round or so. And if you disconnect, then there's already been plenty of kills, tons of action. I mean, it's the decision made is decision made, and I agree with Parker. I think it's hard pressed to make a different one. So TSM will take that round. I'm sure they're, you know, feeling confident after getting the round. And now, 1 away from match point for TSM. They will go to 8 Archives Teller's defense. We've talked about how this site is starting to become a little bit more popular. And it's typically actually a really solid site for the defense. I'd say overall it's on the upper end statistically. Let's take a look at the actual stats though. That's just off the top of my head. Worth noting that Consulate is actually a very underplayed map so far through this season for the US division. Yeah, looking at the stats right now, it is on the upper half. Well, it's close to anyway. It's 43% defensive favored. Parker, these stats are really weird on Consulate. The most defender-favored site for Consulate is Piano and Lobby. 73% win rate for the defense, and it is played as much as the bottom floor and Tellers.
That is something else.
Yeah, it's way ahead of everything else. Like the closest second is 47% defensive favored.
Jeez.
That's bottom floor.
That's wild.
It is wild, Parker.
That is absolutely wild, Michael.
It's definitely, yes, it's whimsical.
Wild.
Even. Wackadaisical. I don't know, I'm just coming up with random words now.
I don't think that means what you think it means.
No, I'm just, like I said, random words. Not actually supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I don't know, man.
Oh, I know that one. All right. Well. Archives. Okay, well. There's an opening pick for Merc. It's on to vertical. So as we ramble on through this round.
Okay, diddly daddy.
The match could be on the line for TSM. We'll see. Oxygen finds themselves in an unideal position. They're a bit compromised having lost vertical. As the Zofia, that Swiss army utility, so much at her disposal, well, she's gone. Tracking from below is none other than achieved on this pulse as the primary IGL for TSM. You know that his calls are going to be crisp and concise, and he's going to hopefully be able to imbue his team with a sense of determination. Up above, it's the Sledge going ham on the walls of the bomb site. But as most teams play Teller's Archives, the defense is going to be down below to just try and hold off on whatever push might happen and C4 anybody who ends up in their line of sight. And there's still 3 C4s from TSM. They had one from Merc. He'd used it earlier, as was called out, and Merc ends up dying. That was by Fox A. 1 minute left, and it's a 4v4 with the walls closing on TSM down below.
Stun's going down the Visa staircase. Oxygen trying to get some grasp on the bottom floor. They know they need to do this because of the abundance of C4 available to the defense. 3 players clustered at the bottom of Spiral. That nade will do damage to none of them. Chala's going to spread a little bit further back to the B site, but as you can see, TSM has a clear focus on their defense. Chala, C4, it will net Biologic with the first attempted plant. Foxay attempts plant number 2. He's got to be clear from his teammates, make sure there's no double up. The fake out from Foxay will force Achieve to either pick up his C4 and attempt number 2, there it is, or to shoot him through the floor. Obviously, it's the C4. Now, with only 15 seconds left, Oxygen really unsure what they're going to do. Slash will attempt plant number 3, and it's unlikely he'll be successful because the pulse is still available. Pulse will be shooting through the floor. All shots missed, but it really doesn't matter. The intended effect is to push the deplanter off, and it was successful. There's Bolo to clean things up, and the 000 will win the round for TSM. Well done.
I find it amazing that not a single person from Oxygen tried to take control downstairs.
Yeah. It's awkward.
Every single death up until the very final one came from C4s. Every single one. 3 C4s connected. The 4th one came close and almost connected, but Bola was the one who took matters into his own hands. And I gotta say, TSM, they held to the routine. Your goal as an attacking squad is to clear out that top floor, possibly get a pick because most teams have somebody playing on that top floor to waste time. If they're able to get back to the first floor, the defenders, then you as an attacker want to open up as much of that bomb site as you can with opening up as little of the floor as you can and try to bait out the C4s. At the same time, you usually want to put somebody on that spiral stair and somebody over by Visa stairs, or even deeper down. Have somebody go through yellow and try to flank through the double doors. Why not? But it didn't look like OXG did that. I don't know if they were just simply having trouble droning because of the Mozzie being on the board. I'm not exactly sure what went wrong for OXG, but they just kept doing the same thing. They kept throwing bodies into the bomb site, trying to get that diffuser down. And then next thing you know, there's a massive corpse in tellers. A frustrating spot to be in if you're a fan of OXG watching that round. TSM played it perfectly, but OXG I think could have been a little bit better on that attack.
Parker, did you see Foxay's latest tweet?
No, what did he tweet?
Someone EMP'd our house. But wait. Way responded, maybe the culprit was recorded on the default cam. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
I love Way. Oh! It's too good. It's too good. Oh my gosh.
Big ups to Way for that one. That's glorious.
Okay, this round, middle floor defense. Now, I mentioned this earlier. This is by far and away the best defensive site for any team so far on this map. It has a staggering defensive win rate of 73% compared to every other site on this map. That is 100% the favorite. So you should expect TSM to take this one. Obviously, there's no guarantee in that. Stats are made to change, I guess. But we've got at least a baseline to work with. Thus far, it's looking pretty good for TSM as they've been able to delay the top floor for a long time.
TSM have been perfect on defense so far. I mean, obviously, one of that does come from the rehost that happened due to technical issues on the side of Oxygen, but still, they only need to win one more over the next 3 rounds. Such a volatile swing has happened before, but given the tempo and the pacing, I don't think it's likely here for Oxygen to go picture perfect into overtime. The good news for Oxygen is that this is TSM's map. They struggled against the Sonics in an 8-7 victory. Oxygen's record is a 4-7 loss to DG, but then a 7-5 victory over SSG in that very first matchup. They've got themselves a bit of a head start on this round. With 1 minute left, they've managed to pick off Achieved, so Oxygen has that entry that they wanted. They've got the opening pick. Can they do anything more with it? Bio is firmly inside of the bomb site. Merc is going to toss out a C4. It connects. No, it doesn't. It's Geo, actually, who puts his gun to good use. Bolo takes out Vertical, and we'll watch the action from above as now Bio will swing inside of the B bomb site. He's trying to take a fight all the way down to Antechamber, but nobody from TSM is going to give it to him at all. Chala's down below. Does he have a C4 ready? Yes, he does. But he's not going to find it or at least use it so far. A second pick from Foxy. It's on to Bolo as these members of TSM are getting isolated. Bio losing more HP as that Nitro Cell sails over top of him, and on 1 HP, he'll watch the double door. There's no real plant denial, barring a Maestro cam, which is up, but I don't think it can reach Bio at all. Foxy drops, he throws out a frag grenade. Geo can't begin to press the way he wants to. There's one for Chala, diffuser goes down. Bio, huge kills, and Laxing cleans up with Oxygen taking round number 10. And if they've got a comeback in the books, it's going to have to happen now. They're still trailing, and it's still match point for TSM, but they're a little bit closer to overtime.
Biologic should have died several times through that round, but he somehow manages to not only get the diffuser down, but also hold it in the post plant against two, I believe, about full HP players. That is very impressive stuff from Biologic, really flying under the radar of TSM in that moment. And that should have been map number 1 done and dusted, but not so. Huge save from Oxygen, and they'll move on to the next. They'll have to win 2 in a row in order to bring us to overtime, but it's definitely possible, especially if that last round has anything to go on. The clear upstairs was very slow for Oxygen, but they managed to get it in the end. That's all that really matters. Lot of manpower lost for Oxygen, trying to challenge the front door early, but they bounced back with spiral control and good coverage to allow for the plant to go down. I'm really impressed by Oxygen's tenacity, their ability to get a plant down without even fully clearing out all of the utility in the site that TSM had put up earlier. It's impressive stuff.
They're still going to stay on the razor's edge, but Oxygen is a momentum-based team. We've talked about it. We've talked about how they can seize upon that and just continue to build off of early picks. It's especially pronounced on both Laxing and Foxy, as it feels like a joke that was actually made by Easily on the Sonics. He said at the Raleigh Major, when you get a kill on land, it's like you level up. You get like plus 20 for the remainder of the round. And he actually used that when talking about Bolo on TSM. But I feel like if we're going to go with that, I feel like that absolutely applies to Laxing and Foxy. If they can get an opening pick, well, it's very challenging to do anything against them. They just start feeling it, and then they can play off of that. And they're both great players strategically. They can land their shots, but they're also very good being able to play off of limited information, which likely is going to come when there's a mute on the board. It's going to come when there's a Mozzie on the board. It's going to come when there's any kind of intel that is being withheld from you, which if you look at the setup from TSM to a certain extent, it will be present with a mute. Garage doors have been opened up, Michael, as this is a basement defense, and OXG actually looks ready to just barge on in and try to get this plant down.
They've got to be worried about the yokai drones. That EMP being tossed aside means that he has to use a different one, and that's a lot of EMPs expended. It'll mean that the utility for the defense is safer, but all the while, the plant's going down. The yokai drone will stop it, and Achieved will finish off Slash with the shotgun blast. TSM has lost a lot of manpower as Oxygen pushed into the site, but they're fighting back. Vertical with security control will get 2 big kills, his 3rd for the round, and Achieved is the last one alive. He's got diffuser, but he doesn't have his life anymore, as Foxy will snuff that fame, and Oxygen will take yet another in a row. You talked about momentum, Parker, and it seems to be showing in that round.
I am really impressed with the breakneck speed that was set by Oxygen on that round. They just barnstormed the bomb site and forced TSM to have to pivot. And well, because it was still a 5v5 at that point, if you've got the smoke trying to chase you away with the toxic canisters and the echo on the yokai, you've got 2 of the defenders focused on one person. That was Slash. He was the lightning rod. So the remainder of Oxygen could try to hunt them down, and that was on the shoulders of Vertical. He got the opening pick, he continued to charge in, he takes control of hallway, he pressures in towards the cafeteria area, he gets a 2nd pick. He immediately pivots, 3rd pick onto double doors. I had spoken about how strong a position that was when Achieved was playing on it previously. When you can sit at that double doors, looking into cafeteria, looking towards the long hallway, looking at the bottom of spiral stairs, you can also hold the bottom of yellow stairs if somebody swings on you. You can also hold in the office and anybody else who might be in that area. You can just reflexively look left and right. You don't really need to reposition because you know where people are going to be coming from. He read into the yokai, or he read into the echo who had just gotten off his yokai inside a cafeteria. He read into the Jaeger who was trying to come back as well. Those were unlikely aided by calls, probably in the panic that was ensuing from TSM to try to get back to the bomb site after Geo had called, hey, they're trying to get the plant down. They ultimately didn't really need objective play because they used so much utility and they burned through those toxic canisters and gave the position of the yokai away just to get Slash. But while that was happening and their focus, as I said, was drawn to him, the remainder of Oxygen were inside of the bomb site, killing everybody else. And TSM were able to shake off Slash, but weren't able to shake off anybody else past that. Oxygen have a very fighting chance of tying this up, and I gotta say, it definitely feels like momentum is very firmly theirs.
Still the round disadvantage, though. And obviously, that's got to be present in Oxygen's head. When you come so close to bringing OT, things get a little bit stressful. You're on the precipice of a comeback, and then you lose vertical on Repel. Not droning out Visa before going into admin office, and Achieve takes full advantage. He'll walk away from that unscathed and unhunted. Oxygen now on a back foot, and they're looking down the barrel of map number 1 being finished despite all their efforts.
It's a rough spot to be in, and I mean, there are, I think, very legitimate questions that you can ask about the playstyle that Vertical has employed over the last little while. Statistically, he has not been the best player on his team, but I mean, you're being overshadowed by who? Foxay and Laxing? I mean, I don't really think it's that bad given the prowess that those players have. We talk about them quite often. Achieve just punishes Laxing, one of the aforementioned members of Oxygen, and now it's a 5v3 favoring TSM. Foxay with an answer of his own. It's on to Bolo on Repel. That looked to be a possible run out onto Yellow Stairs, was it? If so, that's not where you want to be. No, it was upstairs. It was Bolo playing with his back inside of Consulate, so Slash is positioned right where Bolo had died. 1 minute and 15 seconds left for Oxygen to try to prevent a victory here on Consulate for TSM.
You could see that Bolo made those holes in the window to try and hear if someone was on Repel. Obviously, Bolo did not hear Foxay. Good pick there for Oxygen. It gives some chance. It's obviously not much, though, considering Achieved managed to get those 2 unanswered kills earlier in the round. The momentum is severely blunted for Oxygen as it stands. There's still yokai drones in play as well. Keep that in mind. Even if Oxygen gets control in the next 45 seconds and they can start going for a plant, it's more than likely that one of these 2 yokai drones will stop that plant cold in its tracks, and very likely with no time to recover for Oxygen. So all TSM needs to do right now is just wait. Every second is gold right now to the attack. Slash will go for the first plant attempt. EMP might have caught the yokai drone, but it's unlikely. Chala will get the C4 onto the planter, and we reset. TSM once again being very patient. They know they don't need to make any unnecessary movements. Down goes the Mira in antechamber. Biologic looking for another fight. It's a prone player inside a bathroom. Gio wins that. All on Foxay now as he repels in, and he won't get anything. TSM will take it, and they'll take map number 1 as a result.
Very nearly a comeback, but it was ultimately Vertical dying at the start of the round that was the death knell for Consulate and Oxygen's chances of pushing overtime. And had we gone to overtime, it would have been Oxygen on defense twice. Now, if you remember, Oxygen went 3 for 3 on their first half when they were on defense, so not exactly like a particular side would have boded better for them or boded well versus the other. It sure did seem like Oxygen managed to pick it up, and without that rehost, who knows what happens. But I mean, you can't really factor those things in when doing your analysis. That's Consulate in the books, and it's actually a better scoreline against a pretty good opponent for TSM. That's something to be proud of. We've got Cafe up next, but before we throw to the analysts, we have a break ready. They'll dive into what happened in map 1.
Welcome back, I'm Jackie Jing, and I'm with Veli and Jesse. Map 1 Consulate going to TSM. They defeat OXG on that Map 1. OXG almost came back, though, gentlemen. Achieved, really, though, the nail in the coffin on that last round, making sure TSM secured that Map 1. Veli, you and Jesse, all of us, actually, we were talking, and just that last round was pretty hard to watch.
It was unfortunate, and it was Parker and Kicks that pointed out that it's pretty much a fact, possibly a fact, that Achieve wasn't even droned out in Visa. Once you start that rappel and start moving towards that side of the map, I mean, it's pretty common to see roamers there to get an early pick. Now, the fact that it happened to Vertical, I mean, that was pretty ironic in itself, right? Because Vertical, he loves the spawn peaks, and he just happened to get clapped in that last play. It was unfortunate, and leaving it up to Laxing, who's Nomad, I mean, yes, that is Laxing's job, but Achieve, he was just better in the moment and was able to secure 2 big kills to really push TSM ahead.
I do want to say though,
I
just want to say like credit to Achieve for being able to get that. You know, he did hang back a little bit, which is I think why they missed him on the drones. He wasn't like staying in Visa for the entire prep phase. He actually didn't touch the room for the prep phase, but he was very close. He was just outside, and then as soon as that timer hit 0, he ran out there and he got that pick. And it's just really smart aggression for him to get not 1 but 2 picks early on in that round, and absolutely took the wind out of the sails from Oxygen.
Yeah, and just a lot of hiccups for OXG. Round 7, Intero called it a glaring mistake. OXG didn't shoot the default cam. Some people tweeting about it. Round 8, OXG moonwalking. They all dropped out of the game. Jesse, that definitely has to have an impact on a team.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously, like the default cam, it's a small thing, but it's so important, and Geo proved why. He ran out and got that 2K with it. And if it was just the default cam, you know, okay, it's round 7, you know, you're attacking for the first time, you probably aren't going to win that round. Like, you don't have a great chance anyways, so fine, just count it as a loss and move forward. But then right after that, you all drop from the server. I mean, that is just catastrophic at this point. And it's particularly how much that round looked like it was going in favor of Oxygen. So really, mentally, those 2 back-to-back had to hurt them. I think we started to see that. Mentally, things started to pick up again. But yeah, that was a really, really unfortunate thing to happen to Oxygen.
And Jackie, when you look at the bigger picture, that disconnect really sucked, because at that time, we were on Laxing's point of view from the top-down view, right? Laxing just droned down those Visa stairs. There was nobody really in kitchen. There was 2 players to the right of that. And Laxing had the perfect flank opportunity. It was literally a Laxing play made for Laxing. And it was a winnable situation. The fact they dropped sucks. I'm shocked that they still brought it back and had some type of momentum. But it was just like 2 free rounds, basically, off of hiccups.
Yeah, you know, we're picking at OXG pretty hard here, so I do want to talk about some of the positives. And yeah, but without question, though, Veli, you called them a team of opportunists. Kick said that they take every gamble that they can take. How can they capitalize off of this skill more in Map 2?
Well, we saw it when they're on defense. This is, okay, just to preface it all, Oxygen is the best defensive team in all of NA, no doubt about it. Thanks to Foxy and Laxing just really working magic in those late round and clutch situations. Now, a few of the first attacking rounds from TSM, we saw the opportunity at play, especially when the site was in piano and front desk, right? We saw a double run out, and this happened, I believe, the first week Jesse and I was talking about it, where Vertical and Foxy, they take turns. No, one runs out, gets hit by the air jab, and then the second player runs out and gets the kill. They run in. You see it all the time in Latin America. They did that, and TSM, they were lagging behind a little bit. They wasted about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes of droning, right? And they left the opportunity in Oxygen's hands. Oxygen, they're one of the most aggressive teams out there, so they're going to jump on it every chance they get.
Yeah, and talking about that, Jesse, let's talk about OXG's aggressiveness. Let's focus on their aggression, though, more when it comes to defense, especially with Vertical. I just want you to kind of sound off on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think coming into this game, looking at the season as a whole, Vertical has obviously been less flashy than what we saw from him in Pro League Season 11. However, it seems like when he chooses to get aggressive, he has a really high success rate with it. Looking back at his last couple of games, sure, maybe he underperforms compared to Fox or Laxing, but when he makes those chances, they work out for him more often than not. And when this map started, we actually weren't seeing that. In the first 3 rounds, he had 2 really aggressive plays. The first one around 1 where he peeks up the spiral stairs, and then around 3 he goes out as well. And they didn't really work. He's getting shut down. It's not helping him out. But then as the match moves forward, rounds 4, 5, and 6, Vertical starts to hit his stride, and he really does start to get those kills when he goes for those aggressive peaks, and that's the Vertical we're used to seeing. I think that first half looked better for Auction than it did for TSM. It was a 3-3 split, but TSM's rounds were a little bit messier, and a lot of that has to do with just Vertical making smart decisions when to get aggressive.
All right, well, gentlemen, our community poll result is in, and the question was, who will get the most 1vx's? Who do you think? Who do you think our people picked?
I bet they picked Oxygen.
Definitely, I would pick Oxygen. Big time.
Yeah.
A lot of clutch stars there. They picked TSM.
No, that was my buzzer noise. They picked TSM 66%.
Wow. Really?
Oxygen just 34%. So yeah. Yep, there you go, folks. Our community poll results. But we're ready for map 2. I really cannot wait to see it. I want to see if y'all are sticking with your choices. I'll put Big Brain in the hot seat.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that was TSM's map pick. We're going to hopefully a more favorable map for Oxygen. I think really, like, they got unlucky with some things they couldn't control, and they made some, like, basic mistakes that won't happen again. Oxygen should look a lot better on map 2 than they looked in map 1.
Okay. Veli? And also, Veli, I know that all three of us, we were talking about Bio. Like, if he shows up on map 2,
He showed up.
Yes.
He showed up.
Okay.
No.
Yes.
So, Jackie, from our prediction, first I have to say this. TSM, they're looking amazing. And for some reason, there's a lot of dummies out there that think that I am anti-TSM. Listen, this good, really good, right? I have nothing against them. But I'm holding on to my pick with Oxygen. They came back after 2 terrible rounds, disconnecting the default cam, and they still had a fight. That tells me they're not giving up yet. So I'm still rocking with the boys.
Yeah, we're not anti any team. We love all of these teams.
The bronzes think that. It's okay.
Yeah, bronzes, come on, man. All right, well, without further delay, everyone, let's get to this break. OXG versus TSM. Who is going to take map 2 Cafe? We'll have to wait and see. We'll be right back.
All right, hello everybody. Nice to see you. Welcome back. We are about to get things underway with our second map between these two titans of North America and the US division, as they are front and center. Oxygen versus TSM. Michael, remind the people what happened on map number 1 for those that might have forgotten or didn't tune in.
It was a bit of a back and forth contest on Consulate. TSM's map pick ended up going in TSM's favor, but just barely at the 7-5 mark. We almost got to OT. Oxygen, though, just choked it in the end with some lackluster drone work. They lost 2 players to Achieve over by Visa, and the rest of the round at that point was unrecoverable. That's map number 1, and TSM did pick that map, so it's good for them that they managed to take it. Luckily for us, we get to have this best of 3 format.
For we?
That is what I said, yes. Luckily for we get this best of 3 format, so we get to see what both of these teams have in their map pool. And we'll go to map number 2, Cafe, which is Oxygen's pick.
First operator ban is going to be Hibana. That'll be targeted towards either Biologic or Slash, depending on who they would want to have on that role. It depends on whether or not you want to bring 2 hard breachers or if you're just going to roll with a Maverick on his lonesome. And it's very possible they might actually just go with the Maverick and nothing else. So what's up next?
Probably
1 second, 0 seconds.
Oh,
it's
wow.
an Ash.
No, they
Oxygen
stick it out.
Banning Ash.
Okay, so this is the same thing that happened in map number 1. For those of you who have been here, you'll know what happened there. But basically, as an operator, Ash is one of TSM's most successful operators. In terms of the operators that they play very frequently, I'd say she is their most successful operator. She's got a high play when available percentage of 78% and a win percentage of 57%. That's very good statistics as an operator. So getting rid of that, smart stuff from Oxygen. They'll keep their bans actually the same as last map. They ban out the Ash and the Valkyrie. Actually, wait a minute. Yeah, the same as last map. They'll ban out the Ash and the Valkyrie. I like that. They know what they want to get rid of, and they're getting rid of it. I'm going to take a look at Valkyrie's stats, too. She is similar to Ash, a very played operator, but not nearly with as good statistics for TSM. Play when available percentage of 56% and a win percent of 53%. Which is solid. It's on the upper end.
Thanks for the stats, nerd boy.
No problem, Parker. I got you. Anytime.
Numbers.
Yeah, as if
only
numbers
nerds care about numbers. I don't believe in numbers. I believe in what's in my gut, Michael.
Well, that has value as well, Parker. Intuition is a valuable asset, and you should cherish it.
In this case, the only thing in my gut is lots of coffee.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes. Anyway, here we go to Cafe. Let's set the stage. Oxygen has played this map 1 time so far this season. It was against Disrupt. It was the very first map that these 2 teams played each other on, Disrupt and Oxygen, not TSM and Oxygen. It was a 7-1. It was a drubbing. Oxygen absolutely annihilated Disrupt. That was during Skingate, if you want to call it that.
Oh yeah, that
was
was
Skingate. Yeah, that's when they needed the rehost. TSM has yet to play this map in the US division, so we don't have anything to go off of this season. If you want to look back on previous matchups, go right ahead. So that's what we're looking at. So this is kind of a big question mark because it's been many weeks since OXG played this map.
Yeah, and on the other hand, months since TSM did. And yeah, as Parker said, you can go back and you can look at those stats, and I would do that for you guys, but I firmly believe that those stats don't really hold any water anymore, as they would say. I think that teams change, maps sometimes do. Operators change, new ones get introduced, meta changes, blah, 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 things move. And yeah, you can't really look too far back if you're looking for relevant stuff in Siege. That's what is part of why it's part of the conversation of like adaptation is so important for teams. You need to be able to adapt to things that happen on the fly because so much is different all the time. That's one of the things that makes SSG such a successful team in particular. And it's actually, well, I mean, it's one of the things that make any team on the top end a really potent force. Anyway, I'm getting a little bit lost in the thought, but Oxygen has taken control of Engine and Train. Now, this is a good platform to execute into A, but they have to open up more angles. As you can see, Maverick's going to try and do that, and he's got to force vertical off of his safe spot in order to do so.
Now, if you're wondering why, with how close to the bomb site Oxygen is, when they haven't just walked in, it's because the entire floor and wall down below in the A-bomb's been shot open. And then they've also opened up the corresponding wall in reading. So if you're playing in B, you can see that angle. Also, Chala's playing far enough back at that landing of white stairs, so he is primed and ready to greet you. But he's going to have the SMG-11 in hand. It's a bit of an unwieldy gun, but I think he's more than up to the task. 1 minute to go, and still TSM persists upstairs as their focus is going to be on 90, and that's vertical to try and take an engagement, but he gets swung on and finished off by Chala. That's the very first kill of this map. Expecting somebody to play off of white stairs, Chala repositions, but he loses Geo in the process. That was a very quick entry and exit from Foxay onto Terrace as he'd walked into reading. Frag grenade will be in hand as Slash just manages to avoid a nitro cell going off. Bolo still playing above, and 30 seconds left means that the clock is running out for Oxygen. They're going to have to start swinging. So Slash will go towards the B wall and cut through by pillars to allow Foxay an angle on in. That means that if Chala moves, he'll get spotted, and that's a hard position to be in for the Mute. So Oxygen tosses in a frag grenade. They're all still sequestered over by pillar. One person that we haven't really seen is Laxing. Where is Laxing? It's the story for the ages. A second kill from Foxay, but he can't outdo the C4. That's a third kill for Chala, but he gets put in the grave by Bio as Laxing now comes into action. He'll have to watch for Achieved, but Achieved wins the fight. Tick-tock on the clock. You've only got a second left. Can you do it in time? Oh. No, you get out-dueled by Biologic for the longest period of time. They were teammates, now adversaries, but Bio gets the better of Achieved, and Oxygen takes round number 1.
Huge play there for Bio. Well done, and Oxygen will take it. That should have been a TSM round. A lot of that hinged on Foxay's pinch from the east side. He was coming in from the balcony, able to get access to the reading door. And early on, Foxay picked off Geo in the site. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that was the smoke. After that pick came out, that should have been good control for Oxygen and the ability to pivot into reading or to simply go for a dining take now that your smoke is not going to be denying the push in. But some unfortunate events ensued, and Vertical was picked off before that fight even happened. That hindered the ability to adapt for Oxygen. It took guns off their board. That entry into reading, though, was still integral, and while Chala put up a heck of a fight into the site, not only denying the first plant attempt, but also just tearing apart Oxygen one after another, picking up a 3-piece for the round. Oxygen still managed to persevere, still managed to bounce back, and it's because they never lost the platform for their assault. Coming from the pillars area and engine, that position, those positions, were maintained throughout the round by Oxygen fairly well. There was no detrimental flank, no complete loss of function, and that allowed a certain level of adaptation, a certain level of swift movement to reposition guns on the Oxygen lineup to account for the actions that TSM committed. Also very important is the hole that we saw opened up in the reading wall. After that got opened up, the anchors in reading were hard-pressed to stay alive, and they, well, in the end, as you all saw, did not. Well done to Oxygen. I am thoroughly impressed by the clutch there. I do think it should have been a TSM round, though.
I absolutely agree. It went from, okay, this is Oxygen's to lose, to Achieve getting the pick on Nalaxing, to, oh my god, they're going to win, to, oh my god, they lost. So,
right.
Basically, that's my best low-level analysis that I can give after you just went through the master class of how to dissect a round. Speaking of master classes, not exactly where you want to be. If you happen to be Bolo, dead. He's dead. So, first blood, Oxygen. Very early.
Oh.
Very early.
Yes, extremely early. I was going to say, you're a master class caster, Parker.
You're a master class cutie.
No, you.
Kitchen defense, by the way.
Yeah, it's bottom floor. VIP hold here for TSM. This is very dangerous. Achieve does not have an ideal kit for this position. I'm actually really puzzled as to why he's the player chosen to hold inside of VIP. Of all the available operators, I mean, probably Chala would be worse, but Geo or Merc certainly would have been better to have in this spot. Maybe just played out that way. Maybe Achieved his confidence in confident in his ability to hold this. To be fair, if Achieved isn't trying to peek anything, his combo of weapons is perfect for holding just VIP. but he's going to struggle in any long-range fight, and that's why VIP is relevant, because you can take long-range fights from that spot. It's easy to hold on the tight angles, so you stay alive there for a long time, then you take fights later in the round, but he's not going to be able to take those fights in any meaningful way. All he can do is persist in his position, and he'll do just that.
It's a great shot from Achieved, as he's still going to hold this position inside of VIP. You'd mentioned earlier that he was playing inside of it. He has not moved. So now you just got to rush on in. Slash doesn't miss those shots, even though he's getting marked over and over and over again by that evil eye that tries so desperately to look away before it gets viciously murdered. 30 seconds to go, and TSM's holdout is going to be with 2 bodies inside of the bomb site and 1 playing over by Small Bakery. Awaiting the entry from that side of the freezer is Chala. He's got the Alda in hand. You don't want to tussle with that thing. He's already used an extensive amount of ammunition, but he's got 53 bullets left. Frag grenade goes in, and he manages to miss out on that one. Geo and Chala come alive. 2 kills for TSM. 10 seconds left. Laxing on the flank, and there's Vertical. It's a perfect distraction, leaving Geo now in a 1v2. Timer running, defuse going down. There's a toss out, and it connects perfectly. Vertical dies. Geo with the final kill. TSM answers the loss in round 1 with a victory in round 2, and both teams are tied.
I really wanted to say that. I was like, that's the perfect kit to deny it. He's got the C4. All he needs to do is wait. He does just that, and winning on the 000. I gotta say, Parker, I was really scared for Oxygen once I noticed that it became a freezer take. Now, the reason I was scared is mostly because it was Chala on that Maestro holding up the line. All he need to do is just spray, pray, and hold out for another 30 seconds. With the Alda, I think he's going to be able to do that. Now, it actually looked a little scary there for a second because he looked away, stopped holding freezer, and actually the Maestro died. But because of the not pre-place utility, the pre-positioned utility, allowing for that easy toss at the end, easy round for TSM to clean up. Parker, we're talking about rounds that should have gone certain ways. Round number 1 should have been TSM's. Round number 2 should have been Oxygen's. Few mistakes here and there, and they're exchanged, but the same result is found. 1-1.
Yeah, and the Seahawks should have ran the ball.
I don't know what that means.
It's fine. It just pissed a lot of people off, so that was my intended purpose.
So would you like to? Nah, never mind. Doesn't matter.
That's gonna make people so mad.
I know. Okay, so I know that not a lot about football, but I do know that people don't like the Seahawks, but also do like the Seahawks.
No, it was against the Patriots.
Well, that's the
Patriots. Patriots won the Super Bowl off of that misplay, and people hate the Patriots.
Okay, yeah, it's the Patriots. Sorry, I confused the Seahawks and the Patriots.
For somebody who doesn't care
make a lot of
the
other
Patriots
people
and the Seahawks, I will say I love the chaos that ensued. I reveled in it.
Yeah, and we've been seeing a lot of that through this match right now. I mean,
a lot of chaos.
A lot of chaos has been ensuing. I concur. Do you concur, Parker?
I concur.
There you go.
Another reference in the book.
The consensus is solidified.
Nailed it. All right, it's another reading defense here, and things have been changed up just ever so slightly. It looks like Oxygen didn't like the Maverick. I don't know if they were assuming that it was going to be a cocktail defense from TSM, but why the substitute of the Thermite over the Maverick? That's the real question. It leaves you with only 1 set of frag grenades for Fox A instead of 2 that would have come with the Maverick being on the board. So that's something to keep sight on and how they're going to take this. I mean, Thermite is fine in the way that the Maverick was played last time. Thermite would have still been able to get those walls open, but you wouldn't obviously be as stealthy. Yeah. If your focus is going to be that reading wall for the second time, which was down in pillars, I mean, a Thermite is going to be fine there.
Obviously, the biggest question now is, are those mute jammers on those hard walls? Because if they are, then the attack is going to be hard pressed to actually get the wall open, given that they don't have any tools to do so. I mean, it's curious because Thatcher is not banned, but he's not being played. Obviously, a more solidified focus on soft destruction here from Oxygen. C4 will go wide there from Achieve downstairs. It went through the drop down, out the window, and missed Fox A in its entirety. No damage done. TSM still holding onto this top floor. They are feeling pressured, I'm sure, from Cocktail, which has been taken control of, or actually, which Oxygen has taken control of. But they're not falling off just yet. Biologic's been put to low HP by Chala, I want to say. In fact, downed and finished off there by Geo, from below. Good comms for TSM. Merc also gets Foxeye, who was on East Repel. Chala adds to it by taking down Slash, who must have been pushing from on another side of the building entirely. And look at this. Oxygen are gone. It's all laxing in a 1v5. The odds entirely against him. Not in his favor, as they say. He will get a nice headshot on a Merc, who whiffs some shots. That should have been an easy kill for Merc. Laxing is just better, I suppose. 3 armor really working out there. Great for Laxing. With, I mean, only 20 seconds left. I'm just going to carry on. We're almost done here. It should be finished off. There we go. TSM locks it up.
We're done.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot to say, as it just, it seems like TSM were very adept at reading Oxygen's entry on those repels. They did not give an inch when it came to holding Cocktail. And they'd gotten the drop on Bio when he entered through Heaven. Good coordination, as you pointed out. The comms on point. Gio was able to do cleanup work from down below. I don't really know what went wrong with Oxygen in that round. It seems like most of them entered on their own. There are times where Oxygen likes to pull off those types of strats, and I mean, people will watch this. When Oxygen plays, they have 5 very capable players, and they will try to entry from 5 separate points. There's nobody there to support you. If you're not getting droned in well enough, you're going to get stopped, especially if there's a mute on the board, especially if there's a Mozzie on the board, if there's a Vigil on the board. Castle is banned right now, banned by TSM, so obviously they don't need to worry about that, but if there was a Castle on the board, that can make it more challenging to entry, of course, too. And it just seems like Oxygen's strategy was, okay, we'll take map control and we can rely on all of ourselves to do this. We'll take hold of Cocktail, we'll take inside a piano, we'll try and coalesce around the top of white, we'll maybe push bottom of white, and then we'll have somebody head in through terrace. It doesn't work out. You meet TSM head on in all of those instances, and if they're running an Echo, if they're running a Maestro, there's so much information that's being present that you can't really do much against it, and you find yourself in a position where your entry is being spotted. You don't have the tools to dispose of whatever you're finding because you're all so far apart, and then you basically have to win a gunfight or you lose. That's it. And there's no refrag potential because they're so far away.
Is this gonna land? What information does Achieved have? Is he listening for the repel? He must have been listening.
I think there's
for
a
the
default cam still up.
But he is playing Oxygen, so it's certainly possible. Oh no. Down goes Sledge as he attempts to push in through the white stairs. Merc will be on top of that. Must have heard him ascending. And that's really unfortunate for Oxygen. I'm not sure why Foxay's trying to make that entry by himself. It didn't seem like he had any drones to help him. That's not the best decision. I mean, Slash is there too, but...
Just another bad entry for Oxygen. And like I said, that previous round, they did not support their entry fraggers the way they needed to do so. Now, Vertical in this case will at least have a bit of an altercation with Merc. Vertical walks away as the victor. He trades some HP in the process, so he's a little bit closer to death, but you know he can put in an awful lot of pain against his opponent. He gets spotted on the heartbeat sensor, but you don't know exactly what operator it is by Achieved, and now he'll take some more damage inside a fireplace. Just moments before that, Bio had been felled, and the tracers will go through the wall as Bolo picks up kill number 2, this time onto Slash, and the diffuser is down on the white stairs landing. This is so hard for Oxygen to get through this.
That should have been a kill for Slash. He was on Repel, had the jump on Bolo, did 50 damage, died. Unfortunate to see. That pinch was deliberate for Oxygen. They played it out well, but the kill just didn't come in for Oxygen in the end. Slash must have missed too many shots there. Allowed for Bolo to react in time. Barrel spotted for Bolo. I mean, he knows where the defender is playing. Vertical is going to be well aware, but the C4 from Achieved, well placed, but not well enough, as Vertical will react in time. Good movement there for the attack to get out of that.
Yeah. What this has done, though, is it's put both members of Oxygen over on the east side of the building, over by that train section, which is the angle that Laxing is holding and waiting for somebody to try to pursue him. Makes a tiny bit of noise, but you don't really know. There goes the Echo. So Geo gets out alive, and there's a Yokai blast. So obviously that information was being given to Geo, which is why he didn't try to do anything with it. He really doesn't need to get into a fight here. Suspecting that somebody's playing by this bookshelf, There's lots of damage being done from Vertical, but no, it's deftly handled by Achieve. That's going to leave Laxing upstairs once again in a almost unwinnable situation. He's been in a couple of these so far. He'll engage the deployable shield over by the top of White Stairs and pre-fire, but he can't do anything. 3 kills for Bolo on the round, and it's a third one for TSM, as they will do no worse than draw the defense on Cafe.
I love the roam there from TSM. One thing that's really standing out to me is it just seems as if TSM is in full control of Oxygen's actions. Every single thing that Oxygen attempts to do is being monitored and directly countered by TSM. For example, ascending the White Stairs. Merc shuts that down. The Pulse inside of Reading, denying the push on the middle floor. That's a good roam, by the way. You don't often see roams in the middle floor of the top defense. But TSM whips it out, and it works out great. They not only manage to get, I think, the majority of their kills there, they also manage to continue to hold bottom floor throughout the round. In the end, Laxing's like, okay, I guess I'll go Cigar, but there's nothing to do there. And really, all that is it's a story, again, it's a story of TSM controlling Oxygen's movements. And the strangest thing about that is it doesn't seem, to me at least, it does not come across as a TSM counterplay to how Oxygen plays. Right? It doesn't necessarily seem like TSM's like, oh yeah, they're going to do this and we should do this to counter it. It's more like TSM's saying, we are going to hold middle floor with a pulse down below to deny the inevitable plant attempt. It's a very basic strategy. Again, not necessarily common, but basic. And Oxygen having no ability to push those roamers off. And that's it. It's just weird. I would probably attribute that mostly to poor coordination on Oxygen. There's a lot of players entering without drones and going by themselves.
So, rough spot to find yourself in for Oxygen, as you're going to have to go for a bit of a reset here onto a kitchen take. That was a perfect cycle. The trifecta for TSM on kitchen, then Reading, then Cocktail. We seldom see Cocktail defenses, and I mean, given the fact that it was just one, we're not going to see it again for TSM's defensive stead. It's a kind of an interesting bomb site with how teams don't like going to it anymore. Some teams have been favoring that mining dining site, as we refer to it as, and obviously allows that third floor to be front and center on most defenses. A lot of teams, even when defending down here, will go upstairs and waste time on that third floor. But right now, TSM's spread looked to have Merc heading to the third floor, but he gets splattered by Vertical on White Stairs. More like red stairs. Anyway, opening pick goes to Oxygen.
So the aggression not working out for TSM this time. Fox A will also get achieved. I mean, Parker, these rounds are so weird. It's like they flip either one way or the other. They're all so drastic in the direction they go. Last round, it was TSM getting these opening picks, and they were locking up the round very confidently. This round, no response from TSM. Oxygen, the one speaking loudest. Bolo is still in the roam. He can still do some work here. I mean, really all pressure on him. If he's able to get a pick or two, that could change this back into TSM's favor. Gio's actually come up to assist Bolo in his roam, who will incur a lot of damage from Fox A. It's unlikely the attack knows of Gio. They probably won't expect a fourth roamer, surely. Down goes Bolo. Gio will get bio because he was unknown to the attack, but there's the refrag from Vertical, who gets his third for the round. Now it's Alchala. There's a quad kill for Vertical, and Oxygen will pick up that round about as swift as you please.
What the hell just happened?
I don't know.
Flabbergasted
is the word.
That is the word for it right there.
Mm-hmm.
Vertical making his presence known. He had an excellent round. 3 kills. He enters through the third floor. At that point, we were literally talking about the third floor and how teams like to defend it when they are down below in kitchen. But it appears that Merc was on the second floor and was trying to get up top on time so that he could stop any of the attackers from getting in. He was a little bit too late, and Vertical knew that as he was up top by the lumber, by the pallets, whatever you want to call it, at the top of White Stairs. And he wasn't alone. There's 2 members of Oxygen there. Slash tried to enter through Freezer, I'm guessing maybe hoping that the focus from OXG up on the third floor would net a win on the bomb site, but he gets pushed away by Chala, which allows him to then stay outside of the building and go back on drone. And in fact, the rest of the round happened so quickly, Slash never made it back into the building. He was still playing over by that delivery entrance on drone, allowing the rest of his teammates to get in. Fox A was quick on that first floor. Vertical stayed on the third floor. He transitions to the second floor. Fox A drops to the second floor as well. They've essentially isolated Bolo at this point, trying to play off of those alibi decoys. You noted the Geo got called into action. The Kaid gets tasked with trying to save Bolo by heading up red stairs, but he gets caught in that connector room by Fox A, shot through the wall. Geo is largely ineffective. He gets pushed by two separate members of OXG. There's nothing he can do. I think he took out one of them before immediately losing the fight to Vertical, and then Chala was next as Vertical had made his way down white stairs into dining. He was over top of the hatch. He kills Chala through the dining hatch, and that's the round. And honestly, it looked like, from my perspective, that Vertical did a lot of that on his own. That could just simply be us overlooking the fact that he was being droned in, but from most of the vision that I had, it certainly didn't appear like there was a lot of information being given to him. It looked like he made that work. And that goes back to what I was talking about earlier, where OXG likes to try to put their own players in positions where they can win off of their own skills. Sometimes it works. A lot of times it doesn't. That round, Vertical was able to find space, and he did an excellent job with his own instincts at getting those kills while the rest of the team cleaned up.
Miss C4 from Achieved, and he'll even take some damage. Nothing else happening since then. He is trying to roam downstairs to at least distract the attack. These gridlocks will be very effective. The track stingers are not only going to stop the flank by the red staircase in all likelihood, but any kind of aggression from the defense on the top floor. TSM is not defending the top floor, they are defending the middle, but they need to hold upstairs for as long as possible. This is a delay tactic commonly employed to hold on this site. Exothermic charge goes off in train. That'll gain more access to the A-bomb site. Now, Oxygen doesn't necessarily want to attack the A-bomb site. They do want to have their choices. They want to be capable of executing into reading an A, depending on how the round pans out, depending on where the frags happen for Oxygen. If they can get picks on A side, they go for A. Or maybe they try for an inch-in plan. It looks like that's what's going to happen. It doesn't seem like the defense is aware of this. In fact, no one on the defense reacting to this plant attempt, and Slash is going to get it down. Now in a post-plant, Fox A will be able to cover onto Achieved. Drop control for TSM, but it doesn't matter as Oxygen's guns come alive. Merc, the last one, he'll have to pick up 5. And he'll get 1, but on low HP, unlikely to get more. He might even die to the tracks. No, he'll make it past, but just narrowly, and he'll die to Biologic in Pillar.
Well, a very strange cafe is going to continue to get stranger. A glaring oversight. I called it a blunder when OXG left up the default cam. That is a blunder from TSM, as all they do on Oxygen's side is open up one of the two panels by the fireplace, inch their way in, plant in dining, and they get away with murder. Which is funny because murder is then what they do to TSM when TSM tries to retake, and once again, we are almost seeing a flawless round. Almost saw it against OXG, but Laxing got 1 kill and then immediately died. Same with Merc. Merc gets 1 kill and immediately dies. So, very close to another flawless round, but just 1 kill off. That was a commanding entry from Oxygen. Now, when you see that kind of thing happen, there's two things that play into that. Number one, the attackers need to be good enough to spot a weakness. You go back to the Liquid versus Penta matchup, Season 7, Atlantic City, one of the things that Liquid did beautifully was they found avenues for Nesk to get in on Ying, just barge into the bomb site, enabled by Lion at the time, and just clean house. A lot of teams are very good at doing that. It can be hard to call on the fly, but OXG just proved that they're quite good at it too, because they understand that there's nothing to stop a plant on the panel inside of dining. But that's only one part of it. The other part is the huge oversight that has to come from your opponents, because most teams shouldn't have that big of a blind spot. But TSM had a meteorized-sized blind spot in dining, and there was nobody to see a very default plant. There's no intel. There's no bulletproof camera. You know, there was Valkyrie's banned. You don't have to worry about black eye cams. There was no pulse. There's no yokai drones to do that. There's no Maestro cams. Nothing. You're blind. And that's a huge mistake from TSM. Somebody screwed up. Or the team screwed up with the strategy. Either way, big mistake. capitalization from Oxygen, and then they just punish TSM because most of the spots that you're going to be playing in for TSM in the retake are pretty default stuff.
I want to take a second to highlight this because I feel like it's very relevant. Oxygen has a pretty miserable attack success rate of 42%, and they have a whopping 63% defensive win rate. They're very much better on defense. Now, it's not going to start off well in this first round, as Merc will take down Vertical, who is trying to play aggressive there by the new drop down. Not working out great for him. Merc, on the other hand, is scathed. He is put down to about 30 HP, but still able to win the fight and keep on moving. The point I was trying to make with my earlier conversation about the win rate is that Oxygen is definitely in a good spot, taking 3 rounds out of the first half. Now that they're on their more comfortable side, on a typically defender-sided map, no less, they should do fairly well here. And I think it's probably going to spell out a map number 3.
Well, we'll wait and see. I definitely feel like Oxygen, despite the scoreline, have been more present in this match, or in this map, than on Consulate, even though it was 3-3 for both. Sorry?
Bolo just saved Merc. Did you see the C4?
I did. I did indeed. But you know, Michael, I was talking, and it's rude to just stop talking.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Thank you for apologizing. But it's okay. I forgive you. Merc almost nets a second kill and then sees the Mozzie but doesn't engage with the fight, decides to go for it yet again. All he needs to do is watch this wall and see if the Mozzie of Laxing will swing. The exothermic charge is the end goal. And there you go. The wall opens up. Some smoke clipping through the wall and Laxing will lose a bit of HP. That's a misfortune on his end. I don't know if he spotted the drone that gets tossed out, but oh! Fox a long-range shot swatted away by Bolo, the savior for Merc yet again, this time just a bit too late, so he'll avenge the death of his teammate. That'll leave Laxing inside of the bathroom and a cocktail defense from Bio as he's all the way back playing by the bar. He's going to wait and watch that double door. Laxing's still inside of the bathroom as his position been given away. Gun barrel poking around the reinforcement. It sure seems that way, and he gets down, isolated, and finished off as Bio swings and punish is achieved. This is Bio in that head-to-head doing so well against his former teammate. Default plant, but Chala's watching, and the Thermite doesn't even need to get it off. TSM takes their very first attacking round, and they'll go up 4-3.
Had that C4 landed, we might have seen a very different result from that round, but not so. Good save there from Bolo early in the round, and TSM very confident in the round as a whole. The early kill into Vertical also was quite significant. The lack of a response from Oxygen definitely spelled out their doom. Heads up gunfights going the way of TSM as they challenged into bar. That's the main storyline there, is while all the things that happened on the side of the actual site take were relevant, the TSM looked indomitable when pushing into the site. That's the primary focus if you're looking at that, trying to figure out what happened. I think that Oxygen need to do a little bit better in their end direct. They also need to be careful with their players. Like Vertical doesn't need to play by a new drop down. However, that's a questionable conversation too, because we talked about this throughout the series. Vertical and others like him on Oxygen have been playing, I guess, freely is the word. They've been playing very aggressively, yeah, but more it's like Oxygen's making the decisions they feel are necessary to win rounds. And on the one hand, that often results in a win. And I think for Oxygen especially, is a really smart tactic. On the other hand, it can result in failure, and in that round it certainly did. So it's kind of, as you said, Parker, and I'm going to reuse this phrase, it's a feast or famine kind of gameplay. It can work out really well, or it can completely cripple your team. In that last round, it was crippling for Oxygen.
People that don't understand that turn of phrase, by the way, feast or famine, it basically just means that, well, you're not consistent. You go for big plays, you know, either you swing and you hit or you swing and you miss. That's it. It's one or the other. You either do extremely well or you blow it and you starve. So
it's all about balance.
It's all about balance. Perfectly balanced. I'm not going to say the rest of it because I know everybody wants me to.
You're just going to be that guy.
Perfectly balanced as...
And just leave it on the cliffhanger so no one can finish it. Or can I finish it? Am I allowed to do that, Parker? Do you want people to be upset about it? I think
what do
he's
you
being...
think of this?
I don't know. It's hard to tell if you're trolling or if well, it's too late now.
Well, that's a heck of a shot. A long-range shot from Merc, who was on rappel on that second floor window. Spots Foxy as he peeks heaven. And there it goes. Once again, another opening pick for TSM.
That one wasn't even an overextension. That one wasn't really a risk taken and lost. It was just Foxy exposed and TSM capitalized.
I think he peeked heaven to try and see about that new hatch.
Maybe.
For intel.
I thought he was repositioning, but either way, I mean, he was playing really deep in sight.
Could be. This flashes on Thermite to just try and eat through the magnets, and you're assuming that somebody's going to be playing over by bench, which is where that deployable shield is. The Womai was playing there before, but Vertical is backed off, and I think rightly so, as he can hear the sound of the hooves as they trample their way from underneath Red all the way towards Cigar. Another magnet goes out as he will continue to recharge them with 1 minute left. You've got TSM just trying to blow through this defense as best as they can, and it's another cocktail D, as we were speaking of. Vertical now inside of the bathroom, as there goes the deployable shield. His magnet's doing an excellent job, but TSM are not aware of the fact that there's a yokai playing above them. So if Bio is on that, he's going to be making the calls. If not, it's going to be in the hands of Fox A. And Vertical's able to capitalize off of this 2 kills before he gets punished by Bolo, but still that's a huge play. And it could end up being the round in favor of OXG.
Well, that was just Vertical pushing out from Pixel spot and nobody on TSM watching it. That's really not great, especially when you have a Nomad on the board. That should have not been allowed. One Nomad over the doorway, and it isn't. So the only option, hey, you can see it's placed there now. The only option for the attack is to get a little aggressive and to just go for a push into the site. It's not going to work out, though, as Biologic has his gun up, and he'll pick up 2 big kills. The last attacker, Merc, is trying to pressure Cocktail, but he's shut down by Laxing. And Oxygen clean up the round. It's all scraps there for TSM. It's easy to hold out against.
And how different a round that would have been if you can open up the wall inside of Piano with the Thermite charge. But of course, when Vertical swung, one of the 2 people that he found and took out from TSM happened to be Geo in the Thermite. So it just goes to show you how one piece of utility, how one single exothermic charge can shape an entire round. Instead, TSM need to reposition and either charge in through the cigar door, where you've got Bio playing inside a cocktail, able to watch that angle. You have to try to take through backstore or the back bar, through the bathroom. Bio is also playing that angle. You've also got somebody playing inside of the freezer up top in that back bar by the deployable shield. And then a third player from Oxygen is playing close on cocktail, watching that rotate that comes out of bathroom into the back bar. Additionally, Bio can pivot and look over towards the top of white, as can the Mozzie position there. And TSM found that what was a 3v3, which looked on paper to be quite even, was decidedly in favor of the defenders because of the setup, because of the time, and because of the fact that they had lost their hard breacher, and they had to go through the avenues that had been created by the defense. And this is something that's a good learning, a good teaching lesson, rather, or a good learning opportunity for people who are new to the game. If you don't reinforce every wall, if you shoot open walls, you can play farther back, and the attackers will be reluctant and hesitant to engage with you because they're going to see all these walls opened. You just saw how Bio was able to get a huge line of sight almost all the way to Piano, just because of the soft destruction and setup that had been done from the defense. So this is something to keep in mind if you're a newer player. Maybe don't reinforce yourself in. You know the old joke, don't reinforce kids' bedroom? You don't need to barricade yourself in. You end up creating a panic room, and that panic room ends up becoming your coffin.
That is a daunting thought. Could you imagine? You install a new panic room in your house and you're really happy about it. And finally the day comes where you need to use it. But what's this? The lock? The latch? It won't unlock. Anyway, down goes Fox A inside of Small Bakery. That's not going to be a good start for Oxygen, but we've been seeing a lot of bad starts for Oxygen so far, and I mean, they've been known to recover from these. They did so last round. They could do so this round. Charlotte did take a little bit of damage too, so it's worth keeping that in mind. There's still Bakery control for Oxygen, who will just peek. Vertical, going for the wide. He'll lose his overheal, but nothing more. Well done. And Oxygen continued to persist inside of Bakery. This is an unconventional hold. Usually teams don't hold Bakery, especially with the double reinforcement on the wall. Vertical's clearly playing to die, but he doesn't seem to care. The hole is open, actually. He could have rotated back, but TSM's going to shut down that Bakery hold swiftly. Following up the kill there from the Thatcher Ebola with the nade from Achieved. Well done to TSM.
That's 3 kills for TSM, just to the 1 for Oxygen. And now your job, with 1:30 left, is to gather information. Where are the remaining defenders? Slash is very firmly on drone, and he's playing next to a soft wall. He'll continue to peek up, but Bolo is watching him relentlessly, and Slash hasn't seemed to spot it either. That could be one dead mute very quickly. And there you go. The 3 players from TSM all in the same spot come together. Achieved can't hit a shot to save his life. Couldn't even hit water if he fell out of a boat. Laxing guns him down. He can go onto those drones, and the rest of the members of OXG, all 4 of them, will essentially be able to call off of that. We've seen some miraculous clutches, but it won't happen. He's buried by Chala. Throws the last of the dirt on that coffin that we talked about earlier as we bury OXG's chances on that round, and TSM regains the lead on this seesaw between the 2 squads.
Well, most of that came down to the Bakery hold. Once TSM managed to get not only the player in Small Bakery, Fox A, but also the 2 players in Bakery itself, the round was effectively over. There was only 1 response kill there from Oxygen. I like that Oxygen is trying to play aggro. I like that they're trying to take the fight to the enemy. I really appreciate that. I think it's assertive gameplay, and I think it can net success. It hasn't been for Oxygen. It didn't in that last round. We've seen some of the most successful rounds on defense for Oxygen be when they're just playing passive. Their last defense at the top floor is a good example of that. But I don't know. A simple change there for Oxygen probably would have just been, reinforce the wall, play in the site, don't hold Bakery. I don't know if they're going to do that this round, though. They're once again going to open the rotation into Bakery, so it's likely they'll try to hold onto this spot once more. They keep changing up the roles. That's another thing I've been noticing, not only with Oxygen, but TSM as well. They're moving players around a lot, especially on defense. I mean, Fox A was on Jaeger last round. Now, Biologic's on Jaeger, and Fox A's on Maestro. Vertical is one of the more consistent players on the Oxygen lineup. He's going to still be playing on Wamai, as he has been. Overall, the setup's not bad for Oxygen. It really does come down to whether or not they're winning their fights. The usual discussion there is, like, who has the advantage in the engagement. And for the setup that Oxygen's putting out, it's almost always TSM. So, yeah, that's the extent of the conversation. Slightly different setup, or at least in terms of player positioning this time, though. Maybe this will give the advantage to Oxygen here.
Both of these teams through Cafe have impressed me with how they've been able to turn things on the fly, and given how snowball heavy most of these rounds have been, you need to try to make adjustments. You know, we talked about earlier on how when TSM was on defense, Oxygen was doing an excellent job some rounds of just barging in, finding openings, and going off of that. Well, other times they're struggling. First pick on this round is going to go to TSM yet again. And TSM actually have all but 3 of the opening picks at the moment. The man, the myth, the legend, playing off of Bakery before his Doc with a bit more sustain. Vertical will be in that same spot, playing behind the Bakery counter. It's a sweet spot, pardon the pun. But he might get pushed, as we now see a frag grenade go in as they're doing their best to try and get him out of that spot. It appears that they've burned most of the magnets, so he's just going to need to engage in gunfights, but he's aware that he's not going to be able to get back. Somehow manages to do so. All right, well, that is a confusing sight, as now Fox A peeks up and he's going to get spotted, try to do some damage. You can see Bolo's lost a bit of HP. This is just going to be a fight to the death, though, for all these squads, as Laxing inside a coat check has multiple walls open, and he can see all the way towards Bakery. This is exactly what I was talking about opening those walls. Putting that ACOG to great use. This has seemingly stopped TSM, as they know that they're going to need to flush Laxing out of that spot.
The control inside of Bakery is great for TSM, but of course they didn't get as many picks because, as you mentioned, Parker, Vertical somehow puzzlingly managed to get away. All credit to him. And he's going to get 2 big kills as he just pushes out a prep. The man just retook Bakery single-handedly. He really shouldn't have been able to do that, but we've been saying that a lot so far through this series, and it's not, I guess, surprising anymore. Nice shot there from Laxing on the long angle. He won't get the follow-up. Chala will. But on low HP, though, well, not low, 75 HP. He'll die to 1 less bullet. Oxygen just need to wait out these last 45 seconds. They don't have to, but it should be a surefire way to win the round. Oxygen's just poking, just prodding, trying to get Chala off center, off balance. In main lobby is the Jaeger of Biologic, and he'll get the final kill. Oxygen take the round. Beautiful stuff from Vertical.
There was that yokai drone that was still up as well. That was inside of Bakery, that was giving information. I was surprised that Chala didn't get swung on from inside of Prep, as that was obviously a weakness. He was staring straight ahead into the depths of Kitchen. Very easily could have gotten a pick if somebody had pushed up. And I think Vertical was still within striking distance. He was playing by the door in Prep that leads into the back of Kitchen. So, man, that setup from Oxygen was very unidirectional. Laxing playing inside of coat check, was it? And he can look all the way through those walls with an ACOG. That's an angle you seldom see. I mean, you see it, but you don't see it all that often. And he's playing in that spot, so he can just begin to pick away and tap away. You're hard-pressed to find somebody who's got better mechanical aim in this lobby than Laxing. He has proven time and time again how much he can excel when given a chance to engage in 1v1. And that's exactly what he was doing. It was 1v1 because he's playing off of the doorway. He's got so much debris in the way that the attackers, after losing that first pick, the attackers then need to make some kind of course correction. It seems quite simple though, right? You just go through the main door that's right next to coat check and then push on in. But that's where Bio was playing. He was playing over by VIP because with it being a kitchen defense, you know that your Achilles heel could possibly be a drop through the freezer or somebody pressing onto the back freezer wall on the first floor. So Bio had Laxing's coverage. And you damn well know that the moment that there's somebody that comes from that angle, if Bio loses his engagement, the info is going out. Laxing is there. You can also pivot as the Maestro of Foxay was playing in a spot where he can just easily turn his sights towards the freezer. Really well constructed defense by OXG. Hats off to them. And TSM faltered every step of the way after they got that first pick to answer what they saw from Oxygen.
Speaking of answers, through this whole series, we've been having a very close contest. And once again, on map number 2, just as on map number 1, we're seeing the scoreline so closely locked. Both of these squads refuse to let go. Love to see it. It's been very awkward, I think is the word to use. Because both of these teams have been playing in such a strange way. We've been seeing a lot of things that should work, not work. A lot of things that shouldn't work, working. It's odd to say the least. For example, that last round, vertical push out into Bakery. This is to name one particular instance of a thing that shouldn't work, ending up working. In this round, Oxygen holding top floor. Very good on the delay so far. About half the round. TSM have top red control. They're starting to push into engine, starting to push into train. A little bit behind the curve here in terms of time management, but nothing unsalvageable. They've still got the EMPs. They've still got the exothermics. They will be able to open up the dining wall, possibly even the pillars wall if TSM extends their control a little bit. But they can't do that into pillars until they get top floor control. And they're not fully committed. TSM is not fully committed to establishing that top floor control. They're too wary of the damage that Vertical can inflict.
Well, it's my favorite time of the day. It's my favorite time of the day, Michael.
The calm before the storm?
No, I get to say, well, no matter what happens in this round, it'll be match point for the winner.
Yeah, it is that.
And Chala's going to start things off on a vertical, and it'll give a couple inches extra for TSM to get close. But they lose Bolo. He has not been great in immediately getting picked off after the opening attack. And both these teams are just going to trade out back to a 3v3. And the calm before the storm seems to be a very accurate descriptor for what we're about to witness. Geo standing at the breach hole, he's waiting to push on in. But it's a retake. It appears. There goes one toxic canisters. They'll sail over the head of Slash. He needs to move as Bio almost inflicts some team damage. And Slash is still playing just by the reading doorway. He's gonna have to shrug off some bullets though, as you see Geo now deciding that maybe reading isn't exactly where he wants to go. No! Slash, you missed your shots! No, you can't do that. What a missed opportunity. He had two lined up. Bio trades with Merc, but it doesn't matter because there's still 2 players left from TSM. Match point, series point, TSM.
These things happen, you know? They happen. I think that, of course, that's relevant in the round. I would actually pay more credit to the top floor clear, though, from TSM. Or not top floor clear. I shouldn't say that. Vertical died peeking the balcony. Cocktail balcony to heaven, or heaven to new balcony, whichever one. There's no consensus on that. And on that death, the top floor was effectively cleared. Congratulations, TSM. You did it. Clap, clap, clap. Except for they didn't actually do anything to accomplish that. No one on TSM's pushing over to Cocktail to get that done. Vertical just peeked and died. It's unlucky. It's really unlucky. And you can't critique Vertical for throwing the round. It's not on him entirely, of course. I think it's just Vertical put in the wrong position. I think that maybe somebody else should be playing Cocktail, because the goal there is to stay alive as long as possible. Use those holes from above to deny push into the site. And had somebody just stayed in Cocktail and persevered there, I imagine TSM would have had a struggle pushing into the site later in that round. Again, I don't blame Vertical. I just think that maybe someone else should be in that spot. You can't blame a man when he's 12-8. Put him in a different position, one that's more expendable. That's what I would say. Anyway, nice attack there from TSM. Good job. Once they got that top floor control, the pivot to the pillars ended up working out great for them. The overextension from Oxygen, one after another, cost too many bodies. TSM match point, series point at that.
We're talking about kills. You mentioned Vertical's 12 and 8, but more impressive than that is Chala's 3 and 6. But it's funny, after having watched 11 rounds of this map, I would not have put Chala anywhere near that tally. And I hate to say it, but because a lot of it ends up being Chala in, positions where it's a 1v4, 1v3, he's getting kills that aren't needed because his team's obviously not winning the round. But he hasn't really been flashy. And this is something that always stands out with Chala, is that he's not always the flashiest player, but he gets the job done. And I think that was part of the theory behind why TSM picked him up in the first place. And obviously his introduction to this roster was a little bumpy. He played well. The roster seemed to underperform what we'd expected of them, as they struggled a little bit in comparison to their dominance before, but they've managed to sort things out after all these roster moves. So props to Chala and TSM. Now, as we look towards what could be our final round, Michael, if not overtime, it's going to be a Cocktail defense upstairs. You remember the last time the Yokai drone proved to be crucial. There's no echo now. So that intel inside of Cigar and inside of Piano might be gone. And that was something that OXG absolutely needed to play off of when they were successful defending here last time.
Very little time for TSM. And as you can see, Oxygen hasn't given away a pick, which is uncommon. Because of that, TSM will have to work extra hard to get that site control. Vertical, aggressive on Pixel. This is what we see. He's either getting the kills or dying on these aggressive pushes. You could see he was being held there by Merc, but Merc just lost the heads-up fight. That's why Vertical lost some HP, but ended up winning it in the end. Also, damage done to Geo. So an even almost exchange of HP there. Geo will be down as he attempts to place the exothermic. Achieve does get Slash, though, as a response. Slash was peeking through the hole made by, I believe, the Sledge earlier in the round. So that's unachieved, but at least Achieve does get the kill as a result. Fox might go for the pick, but he's going to get picked off himself. This is all looking bad. Oxygen gets a little tunnel vision there on that hole, and they end up losing 2 players as a result. The same wall still gets opened up, too. That's big for TSM. Vertical's been spotted inside of the bathroom, and that might be the final nail in the coffin. They're well aware of what they're dealing with. Achieve with a nice nade there, but Biologic will get 2 effectively as Bolo got the team kill. Achieve does refrag, though. He's been the hero for this round. 3 kills. Can he make it a 4th in the 1v2? Seconds left for Lexing to delay. He came up big in map number 1, and he'll come up big in map number 2. Oxygen get overtime. Lexing with the clutch.
I don't know what it is with this man, but the charm he's got on the gun, the ghost, very accurate. For whatever reason, nobody can ever see Laxing. His playstyle eludes teams time and time again, and a massive clutch pushes his team to overtime. The only reason why OXG was as competitive as they were on Monday against Space Station was because Laxing showed up huge in about a half dozen rounds. The same thing is starting to shape up here. We saw how big he was on the previous kitchen defense. He looks primed and ready to do the exact same thing this time. He's got an Echo on the board. They're going downstairs because OXG will be starting on defense and then defending a second time. Right now, these teams are dead even, 3-3. There is no inherent sight, or there's no sight that is inherently better at the moment. I mean, in a shootout like overtime, getting to go back on a defense after playing defense the entire time is probably a boon for OXG, I would say. But the one thing that you have to expect with this defense is that Laxing is going to be pivotal. If he's playing at a coat check, you expect him to stay in that spot. And it sure seems like OXG is structuring it the same way with how they're opening up these sidewalls. But TSM are going to be prepared for Laxing playing in that spot. Bio was the player from OXG that was watching Laxing's back. If that east side defense crumples, I don't know if OXG will be able to make that pivot, because at that point you'll have lost your Echo, you'll have lost your Jaeger. We'll see what happens, but I suspect given the placing of Merc's drone over by the double door inside of that main lobby area where Laxing was playing near coat check, that TSM is going to dispatch a couple operators to try and take care of that play. And it certainly seems from our overhead view that that's the case.
Yeah. I wonder if Vertical's going to get away from Bakery this round. That's like... So much seems to hinge on what happens to Vertical. Is he getting that sick double piece, or is he dying as the first death in the round? And it's almost always one or the other. What? How does Merc lose that?
Oh my god.
He knew. He had to have known.
That's... Unfortunately, Merc picked a bad time to forget how to aim. He's usually so sharp at that. You'd seen it earlier when he missed those opportunities to kill Laxing when he was Jaeger playing inside of Heaven. Just botched the shots. That was your best bet at solving this defense. And now OXG seems to be aware of where the pressure is going to come from as they've moved Slash into a position where he can support as well. A frag grenade goes on in, and while it does some damage to Laxing, but unfortunately for Achieved, it wasn't cooked enough. OXG, they vacate. They know exactly how to get out of there as quickly as they can, so they decide to barricade themselves in the bomb site. And it actually looks like all 5 members are either in the bomb site or close enough to support. Bio is scampered up to the landing of White Stairs. He'll watch the back of Freezer where Laxing is playing, and these two will once again be integral to hold that portion of the map with just over a minute to go.
Only a minute to go, but still slow going for TSM. At least they've got the breach open. Geo should be able to extend that too. He's got to be careful though. With no presence inside of coat check, Geo can confidently go for the exothermic. Achieved. It's always Achieved. He gets vertical. That's big. Main lobby control established here. That might be the salvage for TSM, but we're getting low on time.
Don't lose focus. There's still 2 yokai drones that are likely up as well, and Laxing seems like he could be quite content to use them to his advantage. Geo's going to go for a plant, and we're going to see if those little robotic allies will be somewhere nearby as OXG tries to do their best to get in and solve the issue. But Chala and Bolo will get kills of their own, one for Biologic. Foxe punishing Bolo. Chala unable to escape with the diffuser in hand, so it's all on Geo, who'd just been brought back to life. 10 seconds left and he'll have to go for the plant, but he gets spotted. There was so much intel. No way TSM was getting themselves out of that situation. This defense by Oxygen is under the skin so deep, there's no way that TSM can extract it, and it's match point for Oxygen.
Well played there to Oxygen taking that round. I'd say a big portion of that comes down to how long Oxygen's roamers were able to persist. How much delay work went into the round. TSM was opening up the bakery wall with about 35 seconds left. That's not enough time to execute confidently onto the bomb site. And in the end, the collapse came, but TSM's guns were not as active as they were clearing out the roamers. And again, that clearing of the roamers took way too much time. Well done to Oxygen just holding out, patiently waiting on that round. It's been working out great for them so far. When they go and bring out the patience, it tends to be met with success. And now TSM gets to defend. They'll have that one confidence factor. Generally, when you're getting to overtime, in a really close matchup like this, it's better to be on defense just because you feel more safe, you know? It's almost like the ball's in the other team's court when they're on attack, and you know that you have a slight advantage because all you need to do is be patient. And they have to do so much more on the attacking side. They have so many boxes to check before they can successfully execute on the site. And TSM, like I said, last round, they took way too much time checking their boxes. Why? They look nervous. And we might get to map number 3 as a result. Let's see what Oxygen can do on attack.
Villa. We are possibly 60 seconds away from extending this series by 1 map. And given the explosiveness that these two teams have played with, needing all 12 rounds in map 1 and now needing overtime in map 2, I think it'd be quite fitting if we happen to go to Italy to solve this. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves, obviously. It appears to be a kitchen defense down below, and we had talked about how teams like to hold upstairs. Well, that's exactly where we see TSM right now. They've got one person playing on the 3rd floor, one person playing on the 2nd floor. And Oxygen is going to be very quick to the punch here. 45 seconds in, and they're already opening up that bakery wall. A slash will go on to drone. And TSM, aware of where this push is now coming from, will actually drop a late reinforcement from Chala. So it was played in that way so that the wall was opened up. You could possibly sit with your back to the kitchen wall and fire towards Freezer. Smartly done by TSM. Obviously, that's just one small thing. Vertical's getting droned in. He's in the middle of the bomb site.
What?
And he could possibly make somebody pay for it. He could even be planting right now. There doesn't seem to be any intel. His position given away, but he'll do a great distraction as Slash goes for the plant. And once again, another 5v5 plant right under the noses of TSM, and Oxygen looks to put this one away. They find 2 kills with the retake from Geo being shut down from Laxing, leaving a 4v2 with Oxygen in full control. Once again, this position from Vertical is great. Chala won't be able to do anything, and Bolo has 30 seconds to wade through a sea of track stingers before getting shut down, and that's the ball game here on Cafe. Oxygen punishing the neglect on the bomb site 2 times. Huge play from them. They force a 3rd map. We're going to Villa.
Huge credit to Vertical for not overextending. We've been seeing Vertical get way too aggressive and die and sometimes get 3 kills or 2 kills. It goes both ways. In the end, he finishes 15-10, which is amazing stuff from Vertical. But at that last moment, you don't need full site control. You don't need to get a pick. You need to stop, pump the brakes, let your team plant the diffuser. That's exactly what Vertical did. He allowed for the rest of his team to catch up to him. He held the line, and off of the back of that, Oxygen take a really, convincingly easy round in overtime to bring us to map number 3. That was such a weird round to end things on.
Yeah, TSM are going to need to find whatever momentum they can, or at least some confidence, because TSM were able to keep pace with them quite well, but those last 2 rounds in overtime, that was just Oxygen absolutely dominating and smothering TSM. You don't want to find yourself being, beaten down and disheartened going into Villa. This is a good map for TSM though, so they should be buffeted by that to a certain extent, but it's not a bad map for Oxygen either. With that said, of course we needed a 3rd map, but we have a break, and then we have some analysts to walk through what we just saw in Cafe. Don't touch that browser, we'll be right back.
Here we go now.
Welcome back. I'm Jackie Jing, and I am with our analysts Veli and Jesse. Oh my goodness. Okay, OXG taking map 2. Those last 2 rounds of OT though. Veli, what happened with Oxygen? I mean, what a comeback there.
It was like a change of philosophy in their gameplay. Before, it seemed like OXG, they wanted to die first all the time. You had Splash Hug dying first and smoking their kitchen hose. Foxay, 2 unfortunate deaths back to back. But after that, Vertical woke up. They were able to get some early picks, early quality picks, especially on Merc. But that last round, they capitalized off their aggressiveness, and that paid off so well to push in the kitchen. Within the first 40 seconds, I heard of a 20-second meta, but it was within the first like 20 seconds, it seemed like they ran in the kitchen and got the job done. That's the Oxygen I like, and that's the reason why they won in overtime.
Yeah, and just talking about mental toughness, Jesse, let's deep dive into OXG's mental game in overtime specifically, because wow, that was just wild to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I talked at the top of the show, call back to Coastline against Space Station, right? Oxygen Esports, round 15, they're attacking, and they just sort of stare at the bomb sites. Mentally, it seems like they don't know what to do. They're kind of all over the place. There's no initiative being taken. And then we saw the exact opposite happening with their attacking overtime round here on Cafe. Kix mentioned how really when you're attacking an OT, it can be stressful. It can be really taxing on you mentally because the ball is in your court. You've got to make a move. And against Space Station on Coastline, they just didn't make the move. They really froze up. Here, though, they recognized that most of the players were up above, roaming on either the top floor or the middle floor. They said, let's just open the bakery wall. Let's run vertical like all the way into the bomb site. Let's plant behind them. And it worked, and they got all of that figured out. And the initiative was actually being taken this time. And so that's huge changes coming from Oxygen Esports, and importantly, map winning changes.
I mean, that was a roller coaster ride of a map. Veli, you were touching on the early deaths with OXG. Can you elaborate a little bit more on how that impacted them?
They impacted them big time. I mean, for the simple fact that, okay, you take smoke out of the game, especially on a kitchen hold, which could have helped TSM in that last round right there instead of mute. But, you know, strategy reasons, I'm totally wrong on that one. I want to argue that. But the thing was, okay, Foxay has been lights out for this roster, especially on defense. And when you have Foxay on Jaeger or any other ops like that, and he dies early within the first minute off of Merc repelling on second floor window or whatnot, that's the big blow. It's really hard to come back from that. But the thing was, they were still going down the wire in their matchups. It wasn't lopsided at all. They still fought back 4v5 to even have those final 1v1s in the end. But the thing is, Vertical went crazy, but it was a total team effort. Jesse and I was talking about it. For instance, Laxing, he was an incredible Echo.
Yeah. No, I mean, Vertical was getting a lot of intel from the Echo. Laxing played it once, Bio played it once, and both times they brought it out, Vertical was clearly getting calls from his teams, and he was able to push forward and get 2Ks in 2 separate rounds, both rounds that Oxygen ended up winning. So that's really like, okay, if you're TSM, you're really thinking like, how are these yokais constantly pinging you? You've got the best IQ in the region on your team. IQ's not being brought. Why is Bolo not on IQ? It's because Bolo has to play the Thatcher. Why does he have to play the Thatcher? Is because TSM thought it was better to ban out the Ashe, to target ban Merc, rather than ban the Thatcher and allow Bolo to play on one of his favorite operators, IQ. Yeah, there's definitely going to be arguments that that they maybe won some rounds due to the fact that Merc wasn't on his favorite operator. But still, Merc was able to perform relatively well. 6 and 8 is a fine performance in his stats on that map. And that not bringing that IQ, because you have to bring the Thatcher, really did seem to hurt TSM. So I think like that can be traced all the way back to the bans, and really, again, allowed a lot of kills to come out from Vertical.
Jackie, let me say this.
Yes.
Wait, can we still see that stat sheet? I want to point out that handsome brown guy on the left, Bio. Yeah, take it back. Bio, I said it last series. He did not have a good time. He had some little mental mistakes, right? This time around, that clutch at the beginning, what? Bio's not supposed to win that. Bio having 9 kills period in his role for the opportunities that he's given, he's performing. extremely well. The man
Yes.
is lights out, and I said it earlier. Bio is always a key to victory for this team. To have somebody in the back lines that's able to hold it down, get big kills, amazing strings of kills and clutches. Bio is everything for this team, and this pickup is making more sense by the day.
Yeah, Bio playing very well. And Jesse, I also want to talk to you. A couple times we saw OXG push from Train, attacking Reading and Fireplace, and I know that you really like that push.
Yeah, we saw it in round number 1, and we saw it in round number 6. When I first saw it in round 1, I was a little bit questioning about it because it didn't really make a lot of sense to me. The second time that Oxygen brought it out, it's more started to click. What they didn't do was they didn't really focus on clearing the roamers on the top floor. They somewhat ignored those roamers, and they just took control of Train, which you can take relatively easily attacking this bomb site. There's not usually a huge pressure there from the defense. They take control of Train, and then they open up a hole, and then they just walk in and plant. And how are they allowed to do that? How do the roamers not stop that from above? Well, they've got Laxing watching that. He's on the gridlock, and he's not getting aggressive to clear out those roamers, but he is watching the angles so that Bolo and Merc cannot push from above and stop that plant. It also felt like there's a little bit of lack of intel, I would say, from TSM to stop that plant from happening, because it seemed like they weren't even trying to challenge Laxing, which would have been the correct play, even if it would have been difficult. So that was a really interesting and well thought out push to come in from Oxygen, and I liked it a lot.
One thing I will say, Jesse, the Valkyrie ban definitely played a role. It seemed like Oxygen, they had 2 personal bans against TSM. You get an Ash out the way so Merc isn't on, a dangerous operator. But then Valkyrie, we seem to forget, and we don't talk enough about how viable and how valuable Valkyrie is for this roster. You always see Achieved and Bolo on her, and that extra intel that she could have provided could have turned those rounds in her favor. So that ban, A+ for Oxygen.
Oh man, y'all, I can't imagine how TSM is feeling right now. I mean, it was within their grasp.
They're all right.
And then just OXG doing their thing. No, but I'm just saying, going into this map 3, you know, like what is their mindset? What are you thinking for predictions? I mean, OXG has the momentum. I'm just excited for map 3, basically. So what do y'all think is going to go down? Jesse, I'll start with you.
I think it's going to be a fun one. I don't know exactly what to predict. I've stuck with Oxygen so far today, so there's no real reason to flip now. But just with how these teams have been playing over the course of 2 maps, there's no doubt this is going to be a really close and intense map 3.
Valley?
You know, TSM, I think they're feeling great. Oxygen, they're feeling great as well. I'm still rocking with Oxygen. Still, though, it's a coin flip. Both of these teams deserve the win. It's going to make me really sad at the end of the day when one of these teams lose, because they both deserve it.
Yeah, I mean, I totally feel ya. It's definitely like a coin flip right now. Both awesome teams, but let's get to map 3. It is Villa. All right, y'all, we're going to go to a quick break, but we'll be back in a flash. Do not go anywhere.
Well, it's time for our very final map between Oxygen and TSM. We weren't getting out of here early, and you weren't getting rid of us quite so easily. Map 1 goes to TSM. Map 2, stolen away by Oxygen. But these are their teams winning their own maps. So now we have the ultimate tiebreaker on Villa, Michael.
Yeah, and Villa, as we talked about in the lead-in, is an interesting map. It's been played by both teams, and it has mixed results for both teams. Twice for Oxygen, twice for TSM. Oxygen managed to win it against Disrupt way back and lost it to SSG in the rematch. On the side of TSM, they managed to beat Tempo Storm, also pretty far back at the beginning of the season, and lost it to DZ. So, it's 50-50. I mean, that's really what the lead into this final map has been, though. Winning your own map narrowly, going into the final one, could go either way. And I think this has been a great series overall. I'm happy we're getting such an interesting result.
It's like the perfect neutral ground to see these two teams cap off what has been an incredible series so far. And we've had a lot to praise in regards to these teams, but also some knocks against their strategy and how they've made mistakes that they shouldn't be making, but it happens from time to time. Second place in the US division, by the way, is on the line. Bragging rights, a little bit of money. Anyway, this is the rematch to end all rematches, and we'll get started on map number 3.
Okay, so Oxygen on defense, so they will ban first. They've been starting on attack for most of these maps, but not so here. Once again, they will continue their trend of banning the Ashe. Oxygen is confident that this is giving them an edge in these rounds, and honestly, I can't blame them. Again, the statistics for Ashe do not lie on TSM's side, and I think it's a good decision to get rid of that operator. Now, it'll be a Maverick banned out next, and that's the TSM ban phase. They're a little bit more varied in the operators they're selecting. So far, Oxygen has banned exclusively Ashe and Valkyrie. I mean, are they going to do it again? Are they going to ban the Valkyrie for the third time, or we get something new? Oh, okay. There you go.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame Oxygen. I think this is smart in a way. They know what they think the enemy is going to use well, and they're getting rid of it.
I like the Echo ban, by the way, because it was very apparent for the last couple rounds that Oxygen was on defense. TSM had no idea how to deal with the Echo.
Yeah.
One, they didn't know how to deal with Laxing, who was fragging well. Number two, they didn't know at all how to deal with the yokai drones that were up. So all of those things kind of go together. And I mean, if you're not going to bring an IQ, if your Thatcher's obviously not, doing the greatest job, well, you just remove the operator. And you know how strong Echo can be on a map like Villa. If you're defending Aviator Games, stick a yokai drone over by 90, stick a yokai drone downstairs, stick one over by Master if you're supporting somebody off site, stick one inside of Study. If you're defending Kitchen right now, which by the way, they are also right now available, the new Pro League sets, that's just mute. There's 4 of them. Buy them. They look nice. I promise you people will comment you on how nice you look in the game, by the way, if you buy them. I promise you that. At least one person will at some point over the next couple years. So anyway.
And they support the teams as well.
And they support the teams, yeah. 30% of the cut also goes back to the pro teams. Anyway, so there's a lot of ways that you can use Echo on a map like this, Michael. We can get into it as we go on, but it's very clear that TSM figure, if there's no Valkyrie, because we know they're going to ban Valk, and we ban Echo, we don't need to run an IQ, we don't have to worry about those pesky drones. Let's just move on and not have to deal with them. I think that's the right call from TSM, given what we saw last map.
I think that's the right call, too. I think getting rid of that whole loop is good. One thing I will say is that IQ is very good on this map, even without an Echo and a Valkyrie. There's a lot of potential to use IQ on a floor above or floor below the actual site to get rid of mute jammers, Jaeger ADSs, so on and so on. So I wouldn't be surprised if she sees a little bit of play, but both of these teams haven't seemed to want to play her overall, so it might not happen, really. Top floor hold here for Oxygen. I like that they're staying assertive. I like that Oxygen has not lost their confidence throughout this entire series. That's one thing we were talking about on the lead-in to this matchup before anything actually happened, is what the team that manages to maintain their confidence and just stay on their own game, I think will be the one to win it. And thus far, neither team has faltered. I gotta appreciate that from both TSM and Oxygen.
Both of these teams have shown some real signs of brilliance, and some of them have also put in some real stinkers of a round, if we're being honest.
Yep.
So it's really, some of these rounds really just boil down to who makes the fewest mistakes. And you're going to see on a map like Villa, you are going to get punished for making those mistakes because it does tend to be a defender-sided map more so than a lot of the others. It does tend to punish the attackers if you make a small misstep. And your advantage of being on defense can disappear very quickly if you roam incorrectly or you do some loosey-goosey stuff and find yourself giving up picks that you don't need to. Now, first C4 and the very first death of this map is going to come from Foxy. He gets the kill. His C4 goes out. And Oxygen right now proving that they can take the fight to TSM. As Vertical will be worse for wear, but he's wearing it pretty well because he gets a pick. Biologic as well means that 3 separate members of OXG have now all found the scoreboard, as it's a fade away from Bolo as he drops down an EMP and in an act of desperation will try to head on into Kitchen. But he'll get gunned down by Laxing, and all you need is Slash to get a kill, and the team ace disappears though because Geo kills Slash. Man, they were so close to all of them getting 1 kill, but Foxy gets the final kill, and Oxygen is the last laugh. Slash dies for the cause, and round 1 goes to OXG.
Well played there to Oxygen. Okay, the top floor hold was solid. It was not a full committed hold there from Oxygen. The thing I have to commend Oxygen for is their retreat route. They had all of their players upstairs make it back safe and sound, and because of that, TSM were left wanting. They got their top 4 control, but after that, really nothing happened to their benefit. TSM started opening from above. You lose your first player to that C4. That's unfortunate. Now TSM's really stressing because their vertical pressure isn't nearly as much as they would want. Partially, I'm sure that's because Vertical is playing on the other team. I had to get it out there before you said it, Parker. Anyway, the attack after that wasn't able to make anything really work in their favor. They tried to pinch on the players that had extended out of the site on Oxygen, but none of those engagements were successful for TSM. And as I'm sure most of you picked up on, it was just a series of 1v1s. Now, credit to TSM and credit to Oxygen, I guess. It could have gone either way, right? A series of 1v1s is a type of formula that could just go any which direction. There's no distinct favor in that kind of a scenario. But in that round, it went all to Oxygen. And I think that's on TSM. When, you know, and Jesse was talking about this, well, I was talking about this earlier, when the ball is in your court, it is on you to force 2v1s, 3v1s, to force advantageous engagements. That's on TSM. Oxygen will take those 1v1s, and yeah, maybe they'll lose them, but they didn't. So, I mean, that's the end of that story.
Well, you've got a belated setup that's going on now, and this is what you come to expect. And we saw defensive setups like this quite a lot when OXG and SSG rammed their skulls against each other on Villa just a couple days ago. Except the difference is that the hold on the stairs leading to Classical Hallway has been removed very quickly. And you can see that OXG are now refocusing on the first bend at the top of the stairs in the Classical Hallway portion. It's also allowed Foxy to toss out a couple magnets, which will bleed the attackers dry for utility as he now heads over towards 90. And he gets the hatch opened up, seemingly by none other than Bio. He's got Bailiff in hand, and there's now a flank route that's been established for Foxy should he need it.
Flank route might be solid. The nades from below could be too, but just misplaced. Nobody in the hallway. Biologic playing by the bomb chassis. And TSM will lose out on that pick. Achieved will continue to fish with his nades. He does have the one left, so if they can drone out the site, find out where Biologic is, Achieve can still get that pick. They gotta be quick about this, though. Now, it's been a pretty fast round from TSM so far. The control they have is solid for half the round being expended. But they could do better, that's for sure. Games wall will get opened up using the Habana. Impact tricking will get, I want to say maybe a few pellets. But overall, the wall still has a tiny hole. It could have also been something else that got that. Doesn't seem like the Evil Eye's still there, so must have been the impact. But small hole is not enough to make an entryway for TSM to attack into the game's bar.
Yeah, this was something that OXG did really well last time too, as Laxing goes for the run out of all runouts and cuts Achieved off of the wire and is able to get back inside without losing a single point of his HP. There's a pre-fire from TSM and Bolo will actually connect and he goes huge with 2 kills, allowing TSM to just storm on in and they have control of Games Room. So OXG will have to fight back. They don't seem quite adept at doing so as Splashug dies. There goes Vertical to Chala, leaving Laxing to toss out a C4. It connects onto Geo, but it's too late. The diffuser goes down and TSM wins the round with Bolo coming up massive. 3 kills for him. TSM leading the way on that Aviator attack as Laxing was a little bit too late to get back to the bomb site. A great gamble. The rest of his team, they fell apart on the site and were tied 1-1.
Laxing had a nice try there. Not enough, though. Most of that is just the double peek in the West Hall from Oxygen. 1 by 90, 1 out of the door to the site. Bolo shuts them both down. That is truly unfortunate if you're Oxygen. Poorly timed, poorly coordinated. That round really should have been Oxygen's, especially after they got the lead-off frag. But we've been seeing that mean less and less in this match in particular. Both of these teams really struggling. I'm trying to figure out if they're doing Morse code with those little check marks. Really struggling to get a full round in their favor. We of course saw that first round on Kitchen. I'd say that that's an exception. That last round was really awkward. I do think that Oxygen should have won that one. If they had stopped peeking when they had the advantage, I'm sure they would have, but not so. TSM, I'm sure, are very happy about that. Bolo, a really solid performance to clean it up. It still could have been recovered by Oxygen had Bolo not had those heroics pushing into the site and covering for that plant.
Take 2, same bomb site. Now, I did like that OXG fell back the way they did. The setup of their execute looked quite good. And even their peak to the top of Classical Stairs looked pretty good. But they ran into an unstoppable force that's name was Olo. Or Jason, as his pals might know him. Old Jason. Well,
or Bob.
Nobody knows him as Bob. Michael, don't lie to the people.
Everybody knows him as Bob. Boblo. Pretty sure.
Bolo gets 2 picks. It's very poor timing, by the way.
Bob
because
Fragger.
OXG...
Can he entry it?
Oh, you want to keep going?
Yes, he can.
There you go. Anyway, I like the double peek towards the top of Classical. Obviously, poorly timed. And honestly, it was really unfortunate timing more than anything as Bolo pre-fired and he ended up collecting 2 instead of 1. Could have still been a salvaged spot because if both players from Oxygen die, you get tons of map control with that. If only one dies, both Bolo and Geo can't just march up to the Classical doorway. The same way that they did, they can't aggressively take that map control. And OXG has responded by A, conceding that position really early. They've let them have it, but they've also put down some barbed wire so they at least have the sound cue for Foxay to play off of.
Well, he's going to have a lot to play, specifically Foxay, if we're talking about him. He's the only one playing by games right now. He's got to cover not only the west hallway, but the breach if it inevitably gets opened up. It will. It's going to get opened up. They have the EMPs in play. That's the key. They're even just going to nade from below. They don't even, you don't need EMPs, I guess, if Achieved is there. That should result in an open wall, but Vertical's trying to stop it from getting opened. He'll shoot through the wall. Foxay gets Merc as well. It's a good pick there for Foxay. Not sure where it came. Possibly by the hallway? Nope, looks like in study. So that must have been through the holes in the games, or no, sorry, the aviator wall that were made by the defenders. Merc has been falling silent for a lot of the series, and I'm sure that'll be talked about at the end when the stats are announced. But he's been having a bit of a struggle. We've seen this back and forth sort of thing from Merc before. Bolo, though, will pick up the slack as he peeks into the site, and down goes Foxay on the A-bomb chassis.
I mean, it certainly seems like they saw Merc's performance on Ashe against DZ, and OXG said, yeah, we don't want any of that. Yeah, none of that. So that's why they banned the Ashe. And I mean, obviously, he's going to have to play differently. His life is going to be a bit more important, and the way that he uses that Zofia is going to be critical. There's a pick for TSM, another one, 15 seconds left, and Well, you have to batten down the hatches if you're OXG. That's exactly what Slash is looking to do, as his smoke finishes off Geo, leaving Bolo in a 1v3 that becomes a 1v2 in a hurry, but he's in the middle of that plume of smoke. He'll have to challenge the smoke inside of the vault, but he'll get swung on by Laxing, and that'll be the end of Bolo's run. Oxygen take round number 3. They regain the lead.
Solid round there from Oxygen. The smoke inside a gun vault was key. Laxing also retaking into study. Big round for him. But being able to deny the plant behind the game's bar is all thanks to the smoke placement and the smoke positioning of the player himself. Well done to Oxygen. Like I said, holding out there. I'd say that really TSM could have done to attack the other site, maybe, have a better bet at that. But they need to know what they're getting themselves into at the beginning of the round in order to make that kind of a shot call. So that doesn't really fall on TSM's shoulders. As long as they don't make that mistake a second time and they're able to adapt in the future, then that's fine. The problem is that they're now going to have to wait. That's another one of those rounds that you expect to go the other direction that ends up going towards the team less favored because of one thing or another. In that case, it went towards Oxygen, who was less favored due to man count and their aggression, getting picked off one after another, but ended up winning it because they accounted for the attack strategy of TSM. So big ups to Oxygen for just, predicting what TSM was going to do and countering it directly. That's solid stuff.
5 seconds left.
All right, well, what we find so far out of this villa has been, I honestly think a lot of it has really been Oxygen in control to a certain extent, right? And I mean, they are on defense. It is Villa, and fair enough, but they're playing well off of each other. I mean, a big reason why they don't have to fear the attack so much is that Merc has largely been sidelined, and it feels almost unfair, as there's a missed opportunity to take out Geo, and Laxing is just going to continue to fight. He's entrenched at this point, and the man that I was just about to talk about gets his second kill of the match, as Merc will be the first one to do some damage. And he gets kill number 1 of round number 4. Foxay looked like, as the Pulse, playing on those basement stairs in a pantry, he was going to try to get into an engagement, but very wisely he goes elsewhere. The point I was going to make about Merc was, it seems almost unfair to shine a light on Merc's poor performance. And he tweeted a while back that social media was particularly punishing for him. And I mean, it's as good a time as ever to say that don't be a monster on social media. Like, give people a break when they have poor performances. But Merc in particular, by being sidelined, he creates so much space, Michael. And he is so crucial for how TSM is able to gather momentum and capture that almost like lightning in a bottle, that without him, the team does seem like it's far less cohesive. And if he's not able to find the score sheet, TSM really does suffer.
Merc was, first of all, I agree with you, Parker. And in this round, Merc at least has been a big performer, and he'll die here to Slash. But yeah, it's worth remembering that you're going to have some good maps and you're going to have some bad maps, and that's life as a Siege player. It's a very inconsistent game, and consistency is one of the most sought after traits. So keep that in mind. In that round, Merc did some big work. He got the entry by Laundry. He managed to shut down another player inside a kitchen. I have no idea how Foxay and Merc were just coexisting in the kitchen. That was truly puzzling. But they ended up finally meeting each other, and Merc got the better of Foxay. Now Oxygen is in a 2 versus 4. Now, the only advantage that Oxygen has here is that there's only 40 seconds left. They might be able to win this off a delay play, and this might be a kill for Slash, but he'll actually lose the fight to Achieved, leaving just Biologic in the 1v4. Alda is a great gun to have in this scenario, and he'll net 1, that's Bolo, but he doesn't net anything else. It'll be Achieved to clean things up. TSM take yet another attacking round, and that does not bode well for Oxygen, who definitely favors their defensive rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, we can continuously mention that this is Villa. Villa is going to play well for the defense. There's a checklist. There's a structure to it. There's a rhythm to it. You need to ensure that you're checking off everything before you can go on in. The one glaring weakness from Oxygen in that round was that they reverted to the position that they played on Cafe a number of rounds, where it's they play off of themselves, they don't play off their teammates, they end up getting collapsed upon, and they die. When TSM isolates you the way that they did well on Cafe a number of times and are now doing the same thing on Villa as you just saw from that round, you end up in a really bad spot. There's nobody to trade you out. You can't waste time. You get droned out a couple times and then you're dead. That's it. And time again, TSM were able to single out a player on Oxygen, drone them out. OXG would try to pre-fire, giving you a leg up in the 50-50, but that would be it, and you wouldn't really get anywhere. And then they'd punish you for it. And even if you were able on Oxygen to take out one, you would still immediately die to somebody on TSM. And we saw a couple different instances where TSM were just so much better at that entry point, and they were able to find Oxygen, make them pay. And you can't play off of it. And just your numbers dwindled, and TSM ended up working with each other, and then they clobbered the site as well.
5 seconds left.
Looks like we're calling for a rehost. I'm sure you guys have figured out why. We'd like our sound back, so we're gonna go and get that. It's only affecting us in all likelihood. It's usually client-based, so it'll be the spectator or one of the players. So like if you ever see the players say rehost sound bug, that's what they're talking about. Now you know what it's like. Now we know what it's like, but because we kind of need sound, we'll be doing a rehost here to fix that. Generally, the only way to do it is to like get a full restart out. So we do that. Anyway, the score will still be 2-2, if I'm not mistaken. And I'd say that's really solid for TSM. If Oxygen can lock it out 4-2 and take their 4 rounds on the defensive side, everything's fine. But I think a 3-3 here is going to be a pretty good position for TSM overall. Even though Oxygen has been looking pretty solid on the map, I do worry about them on the side swap. I do worry about them on that second half, because as much as Oxygen has some of the best defensive stats in all of the US division, they also have some pretty like not great attacking stats. 63 win rate on defense, 42 on attack. So it's a little bit lopsided. Oxygen needs to get the dub on the defensive half.
Nothing but big dubs. I mean, it's hard to dive through those 4 rounds because I feel like a lot of those rounds did play out quite differently.
Yeah.
Right? There were a couple times where structurally it looked like OXG were good. That one that really jumps to mind that I've already talked about was where we saw Fox A fall off of Classical, move back into Classical Hall, played by 90. Bio came out to support. 2 members of Oxygen swung at the same time. Both of them died. What could have possibly been a collateral even, as he shot through the head of both of them. And by doing that, even by losing just one, you still maintain some of the presence on that Classical Hall. It does not allow TSM to take up ground as quickly as they did, and they had much moxie and a lot of confidence, and then they just barge into the bomb site. And at that point, Oxygen is trapped, and they can't really do anything to stop you. If only one of those die, that's an eminently more winnable round for OXG, but I mean, it's a coin toss, right? It's a coin toss as to whether or not they're actually able to stop it. And then Oxygen playing really loose on defense. That's okay, they can get away with it from time to time, but they're bound to lose rounds where they do that. And I mean, I like a much more structured defense on Villa often, and so far OXG's been quite structured. They haven't exactly had the most success or been able to act upon it, but it's confidence inspiring if you're OXG, but just like you, I worry about the side swap. Is Oxygen going on an attack on a map like Villa against TSM? That could be tough.
Yeah, I think it will be tough. I mean, we're going to get there eventually, right? So, again, it's the fact that TSM's gotten 2. I think that they've got to be feeling pretty confident about that. If they get 3, spooky stuff for Oxygen, they're definitely going to be worried. I agree with you, Parker. It's kind of hard to analyze a lot of this because it's been a very inconsistent map. We've seen a lot of calm and collected defensive play from Oxygen. We've seen a lot of mistakes from Oxygen. We've seen a lot of well-executed attacks from TSM. We've seen some blundering into the trap laid out by their opponents from TSM. It's been weird and different. Overall, very fun, and that's definitely important. Both these teams are playing to the standard that most would expect them to. Again, the thing that I'm most curious to see, the thing that I want the most from either of these teams is like more a reassuring consistency. We see so many rounds where, for example, Oxygen will be on defense and they'll look really solid and they'll pull off this amazing strategy. And sometimes it's an adaptation. Sometimes it's like, okay, well, they brought this attack strategy, so we're going to counter them with this. Other times it just seems like they'll stumble into a win or a loss. And it almost feels random. And I think that, again, I said at the beginning of the match, and I will reaffirm this, in my opinion at least, the more consistent team is going to be the one to persevere here. And thus far, we have... I couldn't tell you who. Couldn't tell you. Both of these teams have somehow managed to maintain the same level of inconsistency throughout this series, all the way to the bitter end. And I don't know. I feel like we're at the breaking point where we're going to find out which. And one of these teams is going to start running away with it, but no one yet.
Yeah, it's perfectly balanced.
It is a perfectly balanced match so far.
Anyway, so honestly, I think a lot of it is also boiled down to kind of similarly to Monday's match that we saw OXG in against SSG, has come down to the team that's made fewest mistakes on some of the rounds where things have gone sideways. And there have been a couple rounds here where it gets really messy, and whichever team capitalizes, I think is and doesn't screw up ends up finding themselves in a much better spot. And I mean, you can think back to the default cam being up. You can think back to runouts. You can think back to people just pre-firing or et cetera. These teams have made I think the teams have made really good strides, and I complimented them for their calling midway through the round, and especially at Oxygen. Oxygen has been the team that I think has thrived through the middle of the round, where they can just play off of their own ability. And there have been a couple big rounds from Laxing. There's been a couple big rounds from Vertical. And I think those are the kind of guys who really need to show up. Anyway, with that said, we might end up...
Do you want to... Can we say what we just tell them? It's funny because... All right, so we just loaded into the match. We got everyone ready. And we forgot to set the bans. So the bans aren't done. And it was funny because Merc said in the chat, he's like, hey, I can play Ashe now. Yay. Except for he can't. Yeah, we're not actually going to play. I mean, maybe they are going to play and they're just going to like agree not to play the banned operators. That would save a lot of time. That'd be cool.
That does appear to be the agreement, because Bio listed them off in chat so that people can avoid them. So
yeah, so awesome. If as long as nobody selects the wrong operator, because then, I mean, wow, imagine what that ruling's going to be like. Whoops, we forgot to ban the operators. Oh no, you picked a banned operator. I guess you forfeit the round? I hope there's something in the rulebook about that.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll find out.
We also still don't have sound. Did they restart the game, or did they just rehost the map? Okay, so I don't know if they know this, but you have to restart the game fully before rehosting it, and then it'll be good.
So anyway, we still have the audio bug. So we joke about it not existing from time to time. It gets very convenient, but in this case, Biologic C4'd himself last time. He blows himself up with the Goyo shield this time. Anyway, we're gonna restart the game, but that requires a break. So we're not on your screen. You don't need to stare at our face. So go up, you got a couple minutes, go stretch your legs, grab some water, something like that. We'll toss to a break, and we'll be back in just a moment. Unite, defend, attack as we go into Villa in just a moment for our third map. Michael, we are a third of the way through as we now load into round number 5. And ignore Merc, by the way.
What?
Oh, this thing in the bottom right.
Oh, I didn't see it. What did he say?
He said he needs to go walk his cat.
Oh, okay. Guys, we're just going to take a break here. We'll be back in 60 minutes after he's done walking his cat.
Is a joke.
Yeah, I'm kidding. We're obviously not taking another break.
Attackers need to locate and
Which I am glad for. We get to get the gameplay. Let's go. Oh, no, okay. Now it looks like Oxygen wants to cook steaks now. Uh-oh. Parker, are we ever going to finish this match?
I don't believe we are.
Yeah.
This match will go on in perpetuity.
Anyway. Top 4 defense? Or hold, roam.
It's kitchen defense, but they're going to be playing up top. Pretty common stuff. Oxygen went here in round numero uno, and they won it. They won it quite well. It was almost a team ace, if you remember. Slash was the only person who didn't get a kill.
Gosh darn it, Slash.
Gosh darn it, Slash. So they'll go back here. Oxygen have done this actually a couple times in previous matchups where they have a site that they've won before that's open, but they choose not to go there. They instead go to another bomb site. In this case, they decided to give Aviator a second crack before they change things up. And well, an EMP already going off. Okay, well, that's going to be over towards Pantry. It looks like a second is now going to get tossed out. Bolo just wants to frag, man. He's throwing these EMPs out so he can just start doing some killing. It sure seems that way.
Yep. He hasn't been able to get anything yet, other than, I'm sure, a good chunk of utility. I mean, once you get those EMPs down, just like once you get those hard destruction, or that hard destruction down, you basically become a fragger. That's a really good time, or well-timed push there from Vertical. He gets past the air jab, which... Wait a minute, did he get past it before it activated, or did it just not activate?
He was already past it as it was hitting the wall.
Got it. Okay, so he got past it before it activated. That's solid there for Vert. He'll reposition back into Master, but at least he got one of those air jabs.
So well played. Well played to Vert. But it's Chala thinking that if they're going to get pushed from the top, if he didn't hear the sound of that carbine, then he might think that they're going to be safe up top. And thinking, oh, okay, well, we don't have to worry about it too much. There goes another air jab, but its location unknown. Might have been over towards the closet, not entirely sure. Meanwhile, TSM, first engagement down below. Vertical is absolutely pinched by both Achieved and Merc. They both have some fun with it. Merc not credited with the assist, so I don't actually think he might have hit him, though it sure looked like he was about to. It was Achieved who gets it. Now down below, he'll miss out on the Legion just to his left. It's a small oversight, but it allows Laxing to bring it back to even numbers.
Well done there. Surprised that Vertical didn't manage to get anything done, but at least there's Laxing. There's still a roam hunt on here for Oxygen's players. TSM not having the best luck. Most of the roamers have made it back to the site, and we're running down to about 45 seconds left on the clock. Wall open, so that's good for TSM, obviously, when they go for the execution into the kitchen. Chief does take down Biologic. That being, I believe, one of the roamers, or specifically the player by Memorial. Yeah, in the red hallway. Bolo's made his way all the way into sight. He'll get 2 big kills. Slash is not paying attention to him, and Achieve gets the last. TSM clean up shop.
They read that so beautifully that you could just head on in and you had the angles and you could go towards the bomb site. Laxing doing his famous disappearing act as you've got somebody committed to flank watch from TSM. 2 likely committed to flank watch, given that you've got a Nomad on the board. Even though that one's not really so much a watch, necessarily. It's just anti-flank. Regardless, TSM had shored up any possible flanking weakness that Laxing could look to exploit. Though, even with all that said, a team can have a really dedicated flank watch, and Laxing can make them look like absolute chumps. With that said, it's TSM taking the round. The first time that TSM has won, or any team has won 2 in a row. And you talked about this before we went to the break. You were concerned about Oxygen going on to attack, especially given that it's on a map like Villa. Well, TSM have now, at worst, tied their attack. That is not where you want to find yourself on a map like Villa. For Oxygen, there is a very serious risk that they might end up going down off of defense with a deficit. Really not where you want to find yourself.
The one bright spot, I'd say, for Oxygen right now, at least to salvage, take it to that 3-3, and I agree with you, it's not a great spot for Oxygen, as you talked about, Parker, as has been discussed. But the one bright spot is that Oxygen gets to go back to Aviator. Now, they looked bad the first time they defended Aviator, but Oxygen adapted well to TSM's execution. Slash, if allowed to stay alive inside of the gun vault, will be able to deny a plant behind the game's bar. And if TSM takes too long with that plant attempt, then that's all she wrote. It'll be the end of the round at that point. Now, the obvious solution to the problem here for TSM is to attack onto B, Aviator. But that requires an entirely separate strategy that will also, necessitates other changes in your attack, like clearing out landing, for example. That can take a lot of time. TSM, I don't know if they're ready to make that change and if they're confident in that kind of attack. So they might have to fall victim to the trap strategy that Oxygen lay out last time they were defending on this site. So far this round, TSM are just focused on clearing out below. From below, they can do a lot of work, like nading the anchors off of their commonly played positions.
And it's going to be a fight on Classical Hall to start things off, but Bio gets the better of Bolo and the opening pick for OXG on their very final defense. Now, if you remember correctly, the last time that TSM proved to be successful on this bomb site, it really came from Bolo on the Classical stairs. So that alone could really change the push from TSM, as they're not going to have that same force to be able to go up the main stairs. It's Chala, though, who's been tagged into Bolo's spot, as Geo, still outside, still on drone, will now try to assemble himself with the troops. The good thing is that having Chala in that position, as you just saw, he can air jab off Study. And unless an impact grenade is used, it's going to prevent OXG from being able to get through Study without being spotted, or at least heard. TSM realized that Classical Hallway is going to be the smart money for them to be able to push into the bomb site, so that's where they've assembled 3 of their 4 remaining operators.
Still a player on 90 for Oxygen. That is big risks for that player. But, oh no! Achieved will nade himself, and that should be the final nail in the coffin for TSM. Done and dusted, as they say. Well, they might be able to recoup some loss here if they can get the player at 90, but there's even support for that player. Merc will get vertical. Jaeger playing in the site, but there's a refrag. Chala goes down. C4 will finish him off. Fox A, well done, but no, Merc saves Chala by shooting the C4. That is massive. Fox A also rendered to low HP in that engagement earlier with Chala. Gas canister will almost finish off the Nomad. Had it been a second sooner, it would have, but not so. TSM still has a chance, and as they pick off Fox A in the site, it gets a little bit brighter for them. This should have been an Oxygen round through and through, but one thing after another is starting to look like it could go either way. Geo gets shut down by Laxing, and another for Laxing as he just stands in the doorway. Once again, his name is on our lips. Merc now the last attacker, and he won't get past Laxing in landing. Oxygen take another round, and this half ends 3-3.
Man, what are they feeding this guy?
You know what? Probably steak.
You know, I don't know what it is, Michael. Just every time I see them play, I always think to myself, like, what are they feeding Oxygen?
Yeah, what are they feeding them?
Like, what do they feed Laxing?
I imagine steak chopped up and... I don't know. Yeah, just that's it. Just steak, just chopped up steak.
The blood of
else.
his enemies.
I'm imagining nothing else at all.
The blood of his enemies.
As a drink, yes, as a side beverage. I mean, he did a really great job in that round.
I mean, he feasts upon it.
Mm-hmm. He is
really well played by Oxygen. It went from good to bad, back to good. The opening pick on Bolo forced TSM to try to change up how they were going to take 90. And how they were going to take Classical. The Wamai could not be removed from that spot and just kept throwing up the different magnets. There was a Goyo shield in place as well. Eventually, Bio got forced out, but his play behind the pillar was obviously very frustrating. And I'm imagining that what happened was they were trying to cook the nade perfectly and either let it go a little bit too long or they threw it and it hit the window and just blew up Achieved. But I don't know how, because I think there was another member of TSM in Geo that was close by, so I don't know how he didn't get blown up, regardless. We'll see. I'm sure Achieved will tweet about it after the fact, because there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be lulling in the chat, I believe is what the kids use. Maybe lulw, maybe kekw even. We don't know. We don't know what they use.
KekW activated?
Sadly, no. I've been asking that Franker Z and Better Twitch TV get put on the Rainbow Six channel for ages so that we can be hip with the memes.
I can't believe we don't have that.
Yeah, you know what? Me neither.
Yeah.
But anyway, they'll likely be laughing about it. But I mean, it is really no laughing matter. As you put it, that is the final nail in the coffin for TSM on that round. It forced Geo off of Repel on that 90 position, number 1, because he had to now try to get in a different way because he's not going to suicide swing through the window. Number 2, that nade, if the magnets were burned through, that nade would have killed Bio in that position. Additionally, the fact that it didn't means all that utility was wasted because there was no end goal. The end goal is to waste through the magnets or to burn through the magnets so that the frag grenade will connect. All of that wasted, and then obviously you go down by another number, That really is a huge blow to TSM's chances. So they came close, though they were able to pivot well, but then Laxing just does what Laxing does, and he holds the position, and you have to filter in through that study doorway, and then all of you die.
I especially like the way that Laxing did it, too. He did it in a way that, you know, most players aren't going to anticipate. Standing in a really odd spot that's hard to play around. Usually when you pre-aim a corner, you do just that. You pre-aim a corner. Laxing was in the middle of the door frame at kind of a weird position, and it caught his opponents off guard. Ended up working out great for him. I think that's just Laxing's awareness there. I think he knows what he's dealing with, and he's playing accordingly. And that's what part of what makes him a really good player. I mean, he's been, I'd say, one of the most consistent. He's probably one of the most consistent players on Oxygen. I say probably because I'm wary to like solidify that, but he's way up there in terms of consistency. And again, I talked about that at length earlier. That's probably the most important trait in this whole matchup with both of these teams, as it's been what they're both lacking. Now, it is TSM's turn to defend, and this round has been deceptively slow. We haven't seen a lot of things happen thus far. We're only 50 seconds left in the round. Oxygen has control of landing. You can see they want to pinch, but they don't have control of top main. They don't have control of study, and thus they won't be able to gain position on any part of the bomb site. As Merc takes down Biologic, who is trying to push in downstairs, this is looking much and more solid for the defense, pardon me. TSM in this case, who still holds top main, but no longer, as Slash will just entry onto Merc. I'm actually amazed that Slash managed that kill. Because of that, he can open up Aviator.
Yeah, now there's only 20 seconds left for them to really be able to pull this one off. It's OXG with a second kill on a TSM. They'll go hunting for a third inside of the vault, but won't find it for now. Vertical gets lost in his battle against Bolo. It's Achieve's turn to do his Laxing impression and get back to the bomb site, as there's a second kill for Bolo. This time, he uses an impact to great effect to take out Fox A. Despite this, and despite the lowered numbers, Laxing tries to get the diffuser down, but it's in overtime, and TSM finishes him off. They don't even need all the kills. Laxing was technically still alive, as was Slash, but the objective ran over the clock. And TSM will take their very first defense and regain the lead. They're now up 4-3.
C4 from below, gas canisters from the site, Evil Eyes from the Maestro. There were 3 functions to deny the plant there. All of them were employed, and the C4 from below was eventually the thing to solidify the round. Good use of pulse there for TSM, as it was, I think, the primary denial in that round. Oxygen needed to execute a little bit sooner. They also needed to clear out underneath, but all that really doesn't matter. I think most of that comes down to the fact that, time management. That's it. I mean, I want to say that there's more to it than that, because of course it's a very complicated equation, but it's as simple as Oxygen tried to clear in through Master. They took control of landing. Great, good for them. It took them 2 minutes to do that. They got no picks in that endeavor. They didn't clear it underneath, which means the C4 is still a thing. The Pulse is still playing below. He can call out all the plant attempts and coordinate that with his teammates, who can then use gas canisters, Evil Eyes, as mentioned, to deny the plant indirectly. And they also didn't even get control of study and top main. Now, normally you pinch between study and landing to try and get control of Aviator and get a plant down, but you can't do that if you don't have study. So, I don't know. That's it.
So this kitchen defense is going to be one that'll be interesting to watch. A lot of the operator lineup is what we've seen before on Villa. You've got the ability to stall out the attackers with Mute and Mozzie present. And I mean, Mozzie has been a staple in this matchup so far. Laxing really stole the show on a couple rounds as Mozzie, and on both Cafe and now on Villa. In this case, it'll be Geo's job to be just as flashy. I suspect that with the way that Merc is playing upstairs, aided on the roam by Achieved with Bolo down below, that they're going to try to enable this Doc staying power with those stim pistols and the information being given from Bolo. But he almost loses his HP and then decides to re-engage as he fights his way out of that pantry window back into dining. That could have been a really bad opening loss for TSM, especially given the fact that Bolo has been a great player so far in this matchup, but also how crucial his role is. His intel is going to be invaluable. We've passed the 1 minute mark into the round and are closing in on halfway. And OXG have 3 drones stacked up trying to figure out the location of Merc. He doesn't want any of it though. He drops along with Achieved, and they'll head back into the comfort of the bomb site.
A big cluster of TSM there, but they're going to extend their way back into living room to assist Geo on his roam. You can see Laxing is attempting to confront this. Looks like he's just putting up flank watch with the air jab. Might drone himself in there and maybe try to go for a pick or two, but he doesn't need to. Merc is aware of this, though. He'll spray through the wall. That's going to put pressure on Laxing, and he'll be a little bit more cautious with his peaks, especially given that he knows he's dealing with an ACOG now. That means his advantage is diminished. That appears to be a hacked cam from Geo, and he'll call that out to his teammates. Laxing, though, droning himself in. C4 goes wide, and it gets Laxing beautifully placed from Geo. He doesn't know he's just gotten the down, though. There are no point notifiers for these players. The rush into Memorial, meanwhile, is working out well for Oxygen. They got the entry onto Merc by the living room. Achieved will shut down Foxay, who is trying to pressure elsewhere. This means it's a 3v4, but TSM doesn't know that. They expect it to be a 4v4, and that might work out for Oxygen.
Trying to deal with some of that caliber-based destruction, but there's nothing to be found so far. Laxing's been picked back up, so OXG back to even footing, as the plant will have to happen through that laundry doorway. Laxing makes his presence known, taking out Geo. He gets the last laugh. Another one from Vertical comes out as Chala is down, and there goes the Zof to Bolo. Achieved is down, so it's Bolo against Bio and Laxing. He'll fire away. 10 seconds left. He's on the floor. No diffuser in hand. Oh, what a shot on the Bio. Laxing will now need to barge into the bomb site, but he doesn't know the positioning of Bolo, and it's another round for TSM as their lead will grow. Bolo just stays alive while Achieved bleeds out next to him. 5-3 for TSM.
Well, so far, it's definitely seeming a lot like what was predicted. That is to say, that Oxygen would fall a little bit flat on the attack. I mean, I'll be real with you, Parker. We've seen now 2 rounds where I'm not sure what the clear plan is for Oxygen. In that round, they did a decent job of trying to pressure the roamers inside of living room. So kudos to Oxygen getting that one pick on the dock of Merc inside of living room, and at least making the Mozzie relocate. But following that pick, and on the execution into the site, despite Oxygen having every advantage and seemingly going toe-to-toe constantly with TSM, in the end, they cannot focus concertedly enough on the objective for it to matter. And Bolo manages to clutch it out on time. That's really uncomfortable, man. Like, that's... it's awkward and lumpy. And we've been seeing that happen a lot so far through this series, and especially on the second half of this map.
I mean, this also kind of plays into Laxing's playstyle. He's usually not with the push. So if things go sideways, he's usually not in a position, unless there's plenty of time, to make something of it happen. Right? Like, we saw it on Cafe. We saw it a little bit, but not that pronounced on Consulate. Consulate does tend to be a bit more linear of a map. It does tend to be a little bit more confined. So obviously you're not going to see him be able to get away with that. But on a map like Villa and on a map like Cafe, he's got a lot more roaming potential. And if he's on defense, and a lot more, wonky ways to entry if he's on attack. And when everything breaks down and he's essentially on a weird flank route, he's not able to get to the team's side to help at all. He's not going to be doing much of anything, though, in round number 9, as he's the first casualty as he loses his fight against Achieved, but given that Achieved walks away with all of his health intact, I wouldn't really call it much of a fight. TSM have now gotten that opening pick on a living room library defense as they look to set themselves up for match point.
Achieved sure is slippery. He gets out of that scenario, able to continue to influence the round. Foxay was hunting, but he can't find the Jaeger. Now, Jaeger is, what was it, German for hunter, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Just making sure. Oxygen has control on the master side on the north, and they are able to use this to clear out the roamers. But keep in mind, this is a living room library defense. We didn't really talk about this, but for those of you who are uninitiated, that's an odd site. It's very unusual. It's the least played site on this map, and thus awkward to attack. Biologic will get one, but he'll be refragged by Merc inside of games. Merc's still fighting, and he's still getting those kills. Vertical goes down. Bolo will add to it. Now it's just Foxay over by Trophy. He's got to find 4, and it just doesn't seem very likely. He'll also need to retrieve that diffuser, which probably won't happen. He'll make an entry into the site, looking for the kills. His first confrontation will be Chala, in all likelihood, who's playing on the other side of that door he was just looking at, but he's being flanked. He'll get Merc. That's good. Vaults into the vault. Tries to fake it out. Now the enemy's not sure where Fox A is going to be because of that hole, but the nade will trigger a push, and that's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Yep, that's unfortunate. You can see his instincts kicking in there. He's like, oh, he peeked me. I have to re-peek him.
Oh, no.
And it didn't work out.
Yeah, it did not work out. I mean, good try. You know that when it's a 1v4 and you're upstairs and the diffuser might as well be on Chalet, that you've got a lot, you've got quite the task ahead of you. So with that, library and living room defenses can be quite challenging for attacking teams that don't really bring the right utility. This is something that I think you speculated on Consulate when Teller's archives went sideways. You said, well, it's very likely that they probably didn't expect this bomb site and they didn't have the most optimal lineup to deal with it. I think that's fairly safe to say. When you look at it being Aviator and Kitchen, what's your go-to third bomb site? It's Trophy Statuary, right?
Right.
But they go to Library instead, which is a little peculiar. I mean, not outside the norm, but I mean, the stats about that bomb site, even though it does tend to be quite defender-sided, it's largely because of a small sample size. If you can't take hold of the pottery section, or what is it called? Art studio is the official wording on the map, I believe. Down below, and if you can't take the main stairs, then you're in a lot of trouble.
I think it's
a
art.
lot of teams.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I think it's art, yeah.
I think it's art studio is the official term or official title on the map.
Yeah.
If you can't take that and the piano room next to it, if you can't take like the main stairs either, then you're not going to be in good shape. And it honestly seemed like OXG, I mean, they couldn't even really get that far because they struggled upstairs. They lost their flank watch in Laxing. Obviously he's been a great player for the team in terms of kills. He's been finding good openings. He's been great in the mid round. He's been even better at the end of rounds. You lose that fight, you struggle upstairs, and then it's just a bomb site that you're not very comfortable with. It was a good gamble from TSM. Obviously it paid off. And now you set yourself up to go back to Aviator. So Trophy Statuary is still available if you need it. It's a decent bomb site, though teams don't play it as much as they used to. So TSM definitely have the upper hand here in terms of bomb site selection, but they also have the upper hand because they're on match point, and this is series point.
Yeah, and with Oxygen getting top 4 control, at least they've got something going for them, or at least on the north side. They're going to be pushing all of these roamers upstairs back, but oh no. The Pulse is still going to be roaming downstairs. Remember the last time TSM defended this site? It was really one-sided, and a big part of that was the lack of a roam clear below. So if Oxygen does not divert some forces, if they don't clear out underneath, I give them almost no chance of winning this. The only way they'll be able to take the round and thus keep themselves in this map is if they collapse into the site, kill all the anchors, and lose very little manpower in that engagement. But that's unlikely to happen. So pressure's on here. TSM know that they need but wait. They know they've got the denial from underneath. They know they've got the denial in the site as well with the gas canisters and also some more C4 to boot on Bolo. So TSM's not stressing. They're just going to chill. Laxing will go downstairs, though. You can see him by piano. He will be able to deny C4 from below. He'll probably have air jabs on the door, so even if he dies post-mortem, he might be able to assist this attack. That's a really curious smoke. I'm not sure what the plan was for it, but it won't accomplish anything.
I mean, they weren't expecting to get yoinked by a magnet. That would be my guess.
Oh, is that what it was? I didn't hear it.
And that's exactly what happened. And I don't think they were expecting to lose Slash either. Merc is just out-dueling him, and that's a major problem because Slash was your only hard breacher. So your guns are going to have to come alive, and Vertical does, but then gets swiftly shut down by Chala. A look for a comeback from Oxygen right now is getting quite grim with 30 seconds left. Laxing now in an engagement that he absolutely needs to win, but won't against Geo on main stairs, and TSM are but 2 kills away from locking out the series. This could be it for Oxygen as they started the first half of this phase real strong, but then have slipped away ever so slightly. Down goes Fox, and Biologic will need to sprint on in, but he's got the diffuser. He'll take out 2 kills, but he has no time. In a 1v2 with just a couple seconds left, TSM will shut the door for good and take the series 2-1. It was close up until Villa, but a 7-3 is pretty lopsided, and they prove that in a best of 3, they're the better team today.
Unfortunately for Oxygen, their inability to win attacking rounds once again reared its ugly head. That is real bad. I think that mostly comes down to Oxygen's own deficiency there. They've shown the struggles on attack for a good long time so far through the season. It's been really bad for them. And when they didn't run it up on the first half on defense, when Oxygen were unable to get those rounds, it really looked desperate. And on the attacking side, Oxygen looked still very desperate. Now, there were some close rounds. There were some moments where you're thinking, okay, Oxygen can take this. There's a possibility, but they were far and few between, and TSM were winning those anyway. So what does it matter? The end result is all that counts, and TSM takes second. Oxygen take third.
So that's for bragging rights, that's for a little bit extra money, and that's seeding going into the NA mini major, so to speak. And it also proves that in the rematch, Oxygen is now 0-2 as they struggled against SSG, they lost, and now they lost against TSM as well. But don't go anywhere, because the last spot for the North American mini major qualifiers are on the line. So we'll go to a break, and then we'll be right back with some more Rainbow Six action.
Welcome back. I'm Jackie Jing, and I'm with Veli and Jesse. 7-3, map 3, going to TSM, defeating OXG. That was a dogfight, y'all. Slugfest, back and forth, tit for tat, and then it kind of broke away at the end there. Veli, TSM, they made beneficial adjustments throughout the matchup, especially on defense.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Jack, because they did.
Yeah.
No, seriously, specifically later on in the game, especially the final remaining rounds, TSM, they were perfect with adjustments and rotations, and that's something we didn't see Oxygen do much of. And you know what? Gotta give credit to Merkle once again. The man came back as an entirely new human, picking up all these kills, being an amazing entry fragger. But what he's doing on defense is something I love. I love their take when they were in, billiards. Merc rotated all the way downstairs and stopped vertical on a vital flank to stop Oxygen from possibly winning that round. And also, Gio and Kitch in his post, calling out Laxing on Repel, and the Chief was able to get that free kill. I don't know what it is, but when I saw those two plays, it brought me back to Canadian not getting droned out of blue on coastline and him getting 2 kills to put his team in the lead. Oxygen, they have to do a better job at making sure there's nobody creeping underneath with any type of intel like post. They have to make sure that there's no Merc running down that lane to pick up a kill on one of your most dangerous fraggers out there. It's just a small slip up. I know they're going to fix it. It was just really disappointing to see. But hey, shout out to TSM.
Yeah.
They made the good play.
Indeedy, they got the victory. All right, I feel like a broken record, but I mean, Bolo, he played really, really well. Looking back at the series, Jesse, I want to pick your brain about this one. He just continues to be a huge contributor for TSM.
Yeah, and I think as long as he's contributing, I don't mind, rattling on about this guy as long as he's putting up the numbers. This map in particular, I think, was his best of the series. Bolo, you can see 14 kills. He was really, in my opinion, the star of this map. Just worked a lot of his teammates' drone going in for him. I think on those attacking rounds particularly, Bolo was really sharp, just hitting his shots. He had that support from his teammates, always going in after a drone, making sure he could clear out the bomb site, making sure he could clear out those roamers, whatever it needed to be done. He made sure it happened. So Bolo was definitely on top of things today here on Villa, and I think that's always really important to see from him.
Yeah, and Kix said during the matchup that it seemed like OXG didn't have a clear plan. They were struggling on attack. Jesse, what was happening? Use your big brain here and break it down for us.
I mean, I think, we've long characterized Oxygen as as a team that have been really good on defense. They're really aggressive. They make things up on the fly and it works really well. But then they just don't quite have that same structure on attack that you really need to be successful in this game. And I think that sort of came back around again to bite them. When it comes to attacking, it seems like it almost looks like there isn't a plan. There has to be a plan. I'm sure there is a plan, but they're either not sticking to it or not sure how to follow through with it. A lot of those times it was just really coming down to, well, you don't have enough time to push this bomb site. You're sitting around doing nothing for a long time here. It seems like you don't really know what to do. Merc running around your back lines, destroying you also is not helping at all. When people are out of positions, the roamers have really been hurting them quite a bit too. Yeah. So it's unfortunate to see it from Oxygen, and it sort of seems like what we saw from them like last season, months ago, when they really were struggling with this attack quite hard.
It's almost like their biggest strength is also a weakness. Now, the one thing about Oxygen is that individually, they're gods. They can get kills on their own, and that's really what they win off of most of the time that you watch them play, especially during entry. But at the same time, if that one player gets killed, there's no trade. There's no comeback. You saw Chief run away just scot-free from just destroying Laxing. That's their biggest downfall at the same time as it being their greatest strength. So once they're able to tune that out, their attack has to be better moving forward, because on defense, they're on top of the league.
Yeah, very good points, gentlemen. But we actually have Achieved on deck, so we're going to hop on over to that interview. Achieved, congratulations, man. Y'all are officially second in the U.S. division. How are you feeling, man? How does this victory feel?
Thank you. I mean, I'm glad we were able to pull around and fix some of our mistakes from last time we played them, because I definitely feel like last time we could have easily taken it 2 if just a few rounds went our way. Today our cafe was pretty rough nonetheless, obviously, but I'm glad that we were able to keep our composure on Villa, even after all the rehost, kind of slows it down. But I'm glad we were able to just keep our composure and just go out with the dub.
Yeah, Veli touted your team, saying that y'all made some really good adjustments. Can you elaborate on some of the adjustments that y'all made throughout that matchup?
So we kind of knew, like, well, obviously we know how OHG plays, but we always know that Laxine is like in the back ratting around. So either like some rounds like Master, you'll see me jump out of the window and kill him. Some rounds we just pick on him and we'll 2v1 him and kill him, or we just wait for him like at the last second hitting like main stairs or something, and we'll explode out on like the rest of the team like we did on the last round. But I mean, we just kind of played our game, and then there was a few of the rounds on like Consulate where like they were heavily jumping out of windows. So like our main goal after that was literally just to get inside the building. That way they can't hop out of windows and stuff.
Really cool. I do want to ask y'all, you lost to OXG before this. I'm sure that you were really gunning for them today. Can you talk about some of the changes that you brought to the table today when you were battling OXG again? Like, what did you learn from that last loss?
So our last loss was honestly mainly due to like our defenses. Honestly, if you ask me, I think we should have 2-0'd them the first time we played them. Our defenses on Clubhouse were really bad, and you see it on Theme Park. Last time we played them too, I think we like that. That's a pretty defender-sided map, and we lost. I think we went down 5-1 on our defenses. So like lately, we've just really been working on our defenses and making them better. That way, we'll be able to get more defensive rounds on the board because our attacks are pretty good, I would say. So yeah, ever since like the last time we lost to them, or even the last time we lost to DZ, we've literally just been focused on our defenses, mainly that and just our mid-round adjustments.
Well, I'm sure this feels great. It's a huge win for y'all. It has been a little bit of a shaky season, but it seems like you all are getting on stronger footing now. What are your goals moving forward as a team?
Our goals are the same as they always were last season and before this season, is just to become the best in NA. Hopefully we would like to prove that whenever a LAN major comes around, but obviously like as of right now we can't do that, so we just plan on being the best in NA. Same goals as before, and just getting through all our team changes and stuff. IGL change, we added Chala to the roster. We don't have the team house yet either, so like a lot of other teams. So I think as whenever we get through all this, we'll be even stronger than we are now.
Yeah, working through a lot. Is there anything that you want to say to your faithful TSM fans out there? This is definitely a great win.
Just thank you to all the fans. Thanks for supporting us. I know the beginning of the season was kind of rocky. But I'm glad we were able to pull it around and get second in NA. So just thank you for supporting us. We strive to improve every day, and hopefully we'll come strong at the major.
All right, Achieved. Thank you so much. Go enjoy that victory. Have a wonderful evening. Thanks again.
I love you, Achieved.
Love you.
And there's Veli. We're going to bring it back to our analyst. He said he loves you back. Good. Veli. Always giggling or shouting
you know
in the
what, Jackie? I
background.
thought you were going to poke fun at him for killing himself with a frag grenade.
Oh my gosh!
Right?
I was trying to be nice. I didn't want to blow
cool.
him up
It's
like
all right.
that.
It's all right.
Get it? Blow him up like that?
That was your chance to finally roll somebody, dude. Yeah.
I know. I just, you know me. I'm a big softie. Anyway, moving on. Gentlemen, we are getting ready for our second matchup here. Disrupt versus Tempo. How y'all feeling? Really quickly.
Scary. That's a scary matchup. The winner of this, they have a chance to go to the NA majors. The loser, you get nothing. You just get to sit and watch everybody compete. You're gonna feel like a loser. I'm gonna be straight up. So this is a must-win game. So important.
Yeah, and I think that Disrupt are coming into this with having a really strong start to the season, but a couple of weak matches leading up to this. Tempo Storm kind of the opposite. They started off kind of weak, but now they're up in the most recent game. So I'm excited to see how it goes down. That's for sure.
Yeah, all right, a lot on the line here. Y'all don't go anywhere. We got Disrupt versus Tempo coming up next. We'll be back after this short break.